What's up, everybody? How y'all doing today? Hoping each and every single one of you is doing well. So, Nintendo struck literally a couple of hours before today's stream. They have striked like the pariahs that they are. And they don't want anybody, like literally they put this out 3 hours ago. 3 goddamn hours ago. They don't want actually 2 hours ago technically. Well, actually what time is it? Yeah, 2 hours ago. They want nobody restreaming their streams today. Now me, being the responsible, clearly a listening to authority type that I am, have decided to comply. Yes. Comply. Now, while y'all hold on. While y'all are there. No, wait, while y'all look at my handsome visage, I'm going to watch the Nintendo Direct on my phone. I hope you guys don't mind me waiting. I hope you guys don't mind waiting. I think it's gonna be a good show. I genuinely believe it is going to be a good show. I need to put a background on there. Well, I can't stream it, Cyber. I can't stream their conference, so I'm going to watch it while y'all wait. Again, I hope nobody minds. And then after the stream is finished, we will watch it on the big screen and go over what we see. By the way, Pyro, I ain't gonna lie, that's actually a good fucking title. Legend of Zelda: Return to the Wild. That's actually a good fucking title. So they're not gonna use it. I just need a good background picture for this. Ah, I've got a brick wall somewhere. We don't stare at a brick wall together. Paint drying, yes, paint drying would also be adequate. Fortunately, I'd need to find a jet for paint drying. There we go, the brick wall's back. There we go, the brick wall is back. This is a beautiful, beautiful brick wall, isn't it? Isn't that the most beautiful brick wall you've ever seen? So yeah, the Nintendo stream starts in, I think, how long? 8 minutes. So let me just move back over to the screen. What's everybody expecting today? I forgot I kept this PC Master Race one up for when I watched the PC gaming stream. The only two things I'm genuinely hoping for is Breath of the Wild news, well, Breath of the Wild 2 news and Prime 4 news. That's what I'm hoping for. Just news, updates. Like, I don't, a release date would be cool, but like, still knowing that they exist would be cool. By the way, that means God, how many of these conferences have I streamed in the last couple of days? Fucking ridiculous. I am pushing myself to my absolute limit. That is very true. I'd also like them to acknowledge that Skyward Sword Remastered is a terrible idea. So here's Majora's Mask, Ocarina of Time, and Twilight Princess instead. Hey Porter. How you doing today, man? Ah, crap. But no, I do agree, but Pyro, they are two completely different things. I'm good. Just Nintendo deciding literally 2 hours before to put the word out that if you're planning on restreaming this, you can't. Because Nintendo believe any publicity is good publicity. I cared nothing for Skyward Sword. It was a. It is. No, can't restream it. Nintendo put out the call. You cannot restream this, but you can do reaction streams and reaction videos after the stream is finished. Hence why, like I said, to avoid backlash, I will be watching it on my phone while you all just wait here patiently. Nintendo gonna Nintendo. So what we'll do is, like I said, once it is finished, we will break it down. I hope you can all understand. Hey Arizona. Oh Christ. Like, here's the thing. Here's my ultimate problem with it. I wouldn't have a bug up my ass so much about this if they had announced this before E3 started. Do you know what I mean? Like, if this was weeks ago, they announced it. If they'd have done that, I wouldn't have a bug up my ass about it. But they announced it, but the news was put out like 2-3 hours ago. That's where I take my issue. To be fair, Microsoft's was pretty solid. Microsoft's stream was solid. Them and Ubisoft are the only ones who put on like decent, good shows. Everybody else has been horror. Hilarious, Arizona. Do you know what I'm saying? Oh, Lord. I just think it's incredibly petty of them. I also just realised one thing. Bear with me. While we have a little time before this goes live, I am going to quickly... I have to quickly change the thumbnail. Not change the thumbnail, but add it to the thumbnail because I realised I forgot to put the date on it. Yeah, nothing to be. Here's the thing. I believe nothing will ever beat the Koch Media one. That one nearly put me to sleep. It's the 15th today, isn't it? Sorry, but don't say that. What's petty? Oh god, do I have to reiterate? Nintendo put out the call 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago. Nobody can restream the Nintendo stream. So you are all going to sit there patiently while I watch the stream. Like the good little lemmings that you are. Okay, there we go. I fixed the goddamn thumbnail. Here we go. We're starting.
Hello, everyone. I'm Machina Takahashi. I'll be your guide. Hello, I'm Yoshiaki Koizumi, and I'll be your guide as well. Now, and it's many people around the world enjoyed by a wide range and all levels of very much. Wide variety of not just from
Oh yeah, definitely a lot. I just want Prime 4 news, please. Just Prime 4 news.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Like I said, alright, so we're only gonna get game news. Video. That's actual gameplay footage. Oh! Legend of Zelda! And that's Ganondorf. Wait a minute, is he being shot? Oh, is this Tekken? Ganondorf's being thrown off by, Oh! Yeah, Ganondorf's coming to Tekken. Or Kazuya is coming to Smash. That is quite interesting. I cannot lie, that's actually quite interesting. Still probably not going to bring me back to Tekken. He's chucking them off one by one. First went Ganondorf, now goes Captain Falcon. Oh god, he really is! I was joking! You know, I was joking about you fucking chucking them off one by one, Kazuya. Didn't they start off last year's E3? Alright, thank you, Smash. Still probably not going to get me playing back again. Oh, poor Kirby! No, no, no! Please, flat back up. Flat back up. Flat back up. Yes! Ah, that's funny. That's funny. That's really funny.
Though.
Where's my Waluigi? Where's my Waluigi? That's all people are gonna be pissing about. Where's Waluigi? Because you can never make the Smash community happy. Like, ever. Crouch jab, roundhouse spinning. So it looks like they're actually bringing his entire attack arsenal. Demon Fist. Yeah, like they're legit bringing his entire Tekken repertoire. Jesus Christ, it's 10-hit combo? That's a bit excessive. Okay, so they're showing it more on 28th of June. Okay. He's also a massive cunt. Nintendo Switch headlines. Supernatural Tales, eh? Now, what kind of supernatural tales are we talking about? Wait, this isn't Life is Strange. Oh, fuck off with Life is Strange. I don't want to be seeing Life is Strange on my screen. I don't want to be seeing Life is Strange. I give jack shit about Life is Strange. Life is Strange is fucking awful. Fucking hell. Life is Strange is so bad. My boy Jubei cancelled his pre-order on the Square Enix stream. Like, my boy cancelled his pre-order for the new Life is Strange when they showed Living Colours on the Square Enix show. That's how bad this series is. Because he wanted it to be different. No one cares. No one cares about your remaster collection. No one asked for it. Talk about the most pointless fucking one. Oh, that would explain why they were showing 24 frames per second footage yesterday during the Square Enix conference. Because they were showing the Switch version yesterday. So that makes all the sense in the world why it was shown. That makes so much sense. The footage they showed for Guardians of the Galaxy on the Square Enix show was fucking Switch footage. My mind is blown. Oh, worms! Oh, fuck yes! 32 player. Oh fuck! I'll buy this. I'll buy a Worms game and give a fuck and do a giveaway of it. I love Worms. Worms games are great. June 25th. Okay, so it's my birthday. And it's cross-platform, yes. That means I can get people to join me. 2 Point Campus. You know what? 2 Point Hotel was actually pretty good. I'm glad these guys are doing well. You know what? We need a good tycoon. We need a good new like management tycoon game. Oh really? 20. Okay, a 20th anniversary. Who is it? I wonder who it could be. Fucking Monkey Ball. Yeah, you ain't doing shit for Zeldas, but Monkey Ball is priority. We must release all of the Monkey Ball games for its 20th anniversary. But for Zelda, no. For Zelda, we will give you shit. We won't give the fans what they want for the 20th anniversary, or the 25th anniversary, or the 30th anniversary. No, but Monkey Ball's where the fucking yen is at. Absolutely where the yen is at. Fucking fantastic, guys. Absolutely fantastic. Ah.
Blast from parties past. Ready for another round of party mayhem? Our collection of
Yes, I always wanted to kill my friendships.
on 5 classic era birthday cake. Baseline.
The remastered maps.
Have a blast in Star Fun Fest. Hey.
Well done. Yes, I always wanted to destroy my friendships online. The only friends I have are online. They're on the internet. I don't want to lose them too. Fuck. Yes, because we don't want to add party chat. To be fair, I have no friends. Oh! Oh, we're getting another Metroid game other than Prime. It better not be Federation Force 2. Metroid 5. is the smallest Samus's head has ever been. I'm fucking convinced of it. This audio is off. Oh, it's a side-scrolling Metroid game, so Metroidvania-like. That's good. Metroid Dread. So we're going to be faced against insta-kill monsters. That's great. Hell, you know what? It looks like it's going to be using the Metroid 2 remakes systems with better visuals. So this is definitely for Switch. You know what? A side-scrolling Metroid game, I'm all for. Did she just camouflage? Why does it look like Dog from Half-Life is running after her? So when's this coming out? Metroid Dread. Oh, the 10th of the 8th. So it's coming out in August of this year. I know what I'm going to ask Cyber for. Oh, October 8th, because they put the fucking month before the day. Oh, they got new amiibos too. They won an Emmy. Won that amiibo. So, I guess we're gonna get nothing for Prime 4 though. Ah, Just Dance. Yeah, you have a reason to look like a jackass while showing you can't dance. I got nothing against Just Dance games. There's a market for them, but they're just not for me. So I'm not gonna judge too harshly. There's a market for them. Cruis'n Blast. Cool. Oh, Kakarot's coming to Switch. When all of the DLC has been released. Well done. You're finally getting the game. At 720, 30 frames per second. You know, even though I played this game, I'm a massive Dragon Ball fan, for fuck's sake. I got multiple avatars of it. I cannot suggest this game. I cannot recommend this game at all. Ah, so you're getting some of the DLC, not all of them. Okay, yeah, I definitely want to get this Mario Golf. But we've already seen this. We've seen this. We've already seen the quick glimpses. There's a rush mode where you all run after the ball after you fucking shoot it. Like, I want to get the game, but we've already seen it. Yeah, and then you run after the ball. Okay, that's cool. Hey, Paulina. King Bomb. Okay. Oh, the day before my birthday. Bollocks. Nintendo front-loading my fucking... front-loading June. Monster Hunter Story 2, Wings of Ruin. Again, good to know that Capcom have not abandoned Switch with Monster Hunter. Oh, Master Companions. I ain't gonna lie, being able to ride around on a monster, that's cool. I'm sorry, why does this look like it's using... Wait a minute, these graphics look like Breath of the Wild! It looks like a more anime version of Breath of the Wild with some of these visuals.
Monster Hunter Stories 2 Ruins Continent I-9.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Ridiculous. Oh! Yeah, Wario. Wario! WarioWare. Yeah, WarioWare. Nice. He's avoiding shit. What the hell? Oh, good lord. WarioWare, get it together. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, yeah, micro game. Only two. Oh, only 2 players. Okay. 2 players co-op. Just take a look at this! Man, they got all the faces of a Persona game, but they just don't give them faces. Actually, I think this is Shin Megami Tensei. Wait, is this? Tokyo High School. And you're making me think more that this is Shin Megami Tensei. Shin Megami Tensei 5. Well done. Hey, slime! Okay. Yay, recruitment. I can talk a fucking down into joining me. My charisma level is level 100. Yeah, Demon Fusions. That's Beelzebub. Hey, it's the whole train! Oh, I love Jack Frost. Jack Frost is my boy. See, all we need is a Bayonetta skin and it's complete. Oh, good God Almighty! Imagine if they add amiibos to this, like they bring out Shin Megami Tensei amiibos, November 12th, exclusively on Switch. June 21st for physical versions. Okay, definitely interested. But does that mean it won't be coming out for PC?
Let's see.
Headlines, yes. I've yet to see any serious headlines. Oh! Danganronpa again. Danganronpa Decadence. They all must die. They all must die. Oh, so this is just a re-release of all the Danganronpa games. All Game Collection, it's a fucking re-release. Are you free? Wait! Wait a minute, is this, oh, what's that one where you were using the camera? Fatal Frame! Yeah, so they've mentioned Maiden of the Black Water before. Not gonna lie, the fail frame games have been solid. So what is this a I'm sure this is another re-release. Isn't Maiden of the Black Water another re-release? Games and DLC coming soon. Oh, Doom Eternal. Ancient Gods Part 1. Again, it's a fucking miracle of technology this runs on the Switch at all. Also, the fate of reality. It's a goddamn miracle that runs. Tony Hawk? Yeah, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1+2. Well done. So happy for you. Strange Brigade. I have no idea what the hell this is. It's a third-person shooter. Oh, come on, we just saw this at the Ubisoft conference. Really? Mario Rabbids, you're gonna show this again? I fucking hate when conferences do this and show the same game that was literally on another showcase. And I'm gonna assume it's gonna show nothing new. Nope, it isn't. That thing's still an abomination and needs to die by being thrown into a fucking black hole. Don't know. You had my interest at Ubisoft, but seeing it again, no, you're just wasting my time. Nope, no new gameplay. Same shit we saw with the fucking Ubisoft conference. Game footage not final. Orange Star Nation is under attack. It's a grid-based tactical game. Looks alright. Got tanks shooting up at planes. Helicopters going after boats. Advanced Wars 1+2. So it's another re-release then. I'm assuming that's another re-release. Last announcement. Last announcement. Last announcement. And it's not Breath of the Wild. It's Age of Calamity. It's Age of Calamity expansion. Wait, you can control a Guardian now. What the fuck is that nunchuck? Okay, big giant guardian leg nunchucks. And we got our... Oh! Zelda's riding the, Okay. Wave 1. So that was your last announcement, an expansion. Oh! You know, Legend of Zelda producer comes on screen. Well done. Few more. Okay, Skyward Sword, don't care. Well done. The only time I'll ever actually play this Skyward Sword is when I finally get to it in like 5 years when I'm done with the other Legend of Zelda games.
For future generations.
Because Legend of Link doesn't actually have a ring to it. Actually, no, not really. Really?
This year. We've been
A Game & Watch! With the original Legend of Zelda for the fucking 35th anniversary. With no campaigns and nothing else.
first.
And Zelda 3, A Link to the Past. Oh no! Link's Awakening! No! You could go out and buy the fucking better version of this, but no! Buy our fucking little shitty Game & Watch that we're putting 3 old games on for the 35th anniversary. No, Nintendo, you have failed. You have failed. I don't care about your clock. If you buy, I'm sorry, anybody who buys this is officially dead to me. If you care or love about the Legend of Zelda series, you would not buy this. Hey, the sequel! Finally! Hey, actual footage for Breath of the Wild. Well, Breath of the Wild 2. Oh no, it's a battle royale. I'm sorry, is that... What the... Did he just phase shift through that fucking floor? He phase shifted through there. And now Hyrule Castle is floating a la Ocarina of Time. My god, how many times can one castle be butt fucked in a series? Seriously. Coming out next year? And that's all we got. Okay. So now we're in the sky. Fuck. Skyward Sword again. Okay, guys, the stream. Okay, so the Nintendo stream finished, guys. So now we can. Thank you for waiting patiently. Hold on. Thank you for waiting so patiently. For that. Thank you for waiting patiently while I watched the stream. I'm sorry you didn't catch any of it. I am very sorry you didn't. But now that it's over, I can actually show you guys the actual stream. Because, you know, it's done. So let's actually go back and look at what we got here, which, I'm not gonna lie, from what I saw, wasn't that much. Like, I saw 2 games I'm very interested in, and there was a lot of games that we already knew were coming out. So let's break it down. Let's break it down, ladies and gentlemen. So the first thing we saw, give me a second, gotta skip through. Who the fuck has a goddamn fucking opening this long? Alright, starting off with Smash. Starting out with Smash, Ganondorf. You know what? This is an allegory for the fucking Legend of Zelda 35th anniversary. Sorry, give me a second, I need to plug in my headphones. This right here, what you are seeing right here, this should have set the tone. This should have set the tone. This is the allegory for Nintendo's stance on the 35th anniversary of Legend of Zelda. Right the fuck here. This is it. What that is a visual representation of what Nintendo feels about the 35th anniversary of Legend of Zelda. That right there is what that is. Now, give me a second. I am currently dying of thirst. Give me a second. Right, so anyway, yeah. What we're effectively getting is Kazuya Mishima in Smash. For anybody playing Smash, I'm sure this is pretty cool. He has some interesting movesets. But yeah, that's effectively it. So yeah, that's effectively what we got from that. Then we got some Life is Strange bullshit. Again, who the fuck asked for this? I didn't ask for this. I don't want this. You know, get your Life is Strange away from me. Again, they showed this at Square Enix, and Jubei, who was there with me, actually cancelled his pre-order for Life is Strange True Colors because it was a typical Life is Strange game, and he thought it might be different, you know, because they might actually try for once. But no. It's don't not, you know. Then we got Guardians of the Galaxy for the Switch. Again, I'd like to point out, I feel now I know why the footage of Guardians of the Galaxy looks so bad on Square Enix's stream, because they were showing the Switch version. That's why it's at 24 frames per second. What else? Worms. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of interested in Worms.
Worms everywhere.
I like Worms Rumble. I can't deny it. I actually do like the old Worms game. I was a big fan of Worms Armageddon. So yeah, I mean, I'll admit, like I said, I'm okay with this. I like the Worms games, so you know. Dear Villagers, Astria Ascending. Not too familiar with Astria Ascending. And Worms commit Wormside. Exactly. Like, I'm cool with that. Not too fully familiar with this game. I don't know if it's new or series. 2 points. I'm glad. You know what? I'm happy for the guys at 2 point. For the simple reason. They took a gamble with 2 Point Hospital. It paid off. It was big. And now they're continuing on. I'm glad we're getting more management games like this because they're really fun. They're good time sinks and fun. Like, I'm happy with that. Right. And I'd like to point out 20th anniversary. 20th fucking anniversary, and they treat Monkey Ball with more respect than Legend of Zelda for its 35th. Fucking Super Monkey Ball 1, Super Monkey Ball 2, Super Monkey Ball Deluxe, Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz, all of them being remastered. 3 fucking games for its 20th anniversary. What the fuck? Mario Party. Yeah, Mario Party Superstars. Another excuse to ruin your friendships. Like, that's... Alright. Right. The one that we care about. The one we actually care about. Now I can show this. This audio is off. This is Prime 5. This is Metroid 5. This is a sequel to Fusion. Here's my thing though. That is that, yes, you're right. Now that I can actually see it properly, that is actually reminiscent of the Fusion suit. Some things have been changed about it, but that is very reminiscent of the Fusion suit. You are absolutely correct. But now we can actually watch this. Oh, that ain't doing shit. But you gotta remember, I was looking at the fucking phone. I'm just glad we're getting a Metroidvania Metroid game. And fucking insta-kill. This looks cool. The only thing I care about, is how are they arbitrarily going to take away our fucking powers that we had at the end of Metroid Fusion. It's using the counter from Return of Samus. Like, this looks pretty fucking slick. By the way, it looks like Dog from Half-Life is after her. Okay, what in the fuck happened here? Hold on. She camouflaged herself. Like, she straight up camouflaged herself from its scanner. I'm happy with this. This is highlight number 2 for me. This is highlight number 1. Like, true highlight number 1. And it's coming out in October. Again, the Japanese, just like you real fucking Americans, putting the month first, confusing us all. Confusing all us real, normal people.
That was the trailer for the first new 2D.
But we didn't get anything for Metroid Prime 4. But we got really no news for Metroid Prime 4. Not really an update, nothing like that, but we're getting this. It feels like this is the consolation prize for us waiting for Prime 4. You know what I mean? Like, we're sorry we're taking so long with Prime 4, we're sorry that we pretty much fucked it and had to bring in Retro Studio to help us make it. So we got another studio to do as an actual Metroid sequel to Fusion. You know, the other game that you've all wanted a sequel to for so goddamn fucking long. Which, again, it's kind of funny, actually, if you think about it. No one was really clamoring for a sequel to Prime because, you know, the Prime story was kind of told. It was done. But now we're getting Prime 4, everybody's excited and seemingly forgot that for the longest time people wanted a sequel to fucking Fusion. I kind of find that funny.
Amiibo figures.
You know what? Nintendo will never get one. Nintendo will never get one. How are they going to bring back Ridley back for this one? Here's a better question. How the fuck are they going to bring back the Metroids for this one? Here's the thing. For the longest time, Nintendo will never get one, so they had to create their own Emmy. And I'm not apologizing for that pun. Yep, Just Dance. We know about that. Don't care. I don't care, but, I mean, I got no problem with it. Fiend, how about you shut up and actually just let me go through it all? Right, again, as a big Dragon Ball fan, I still cannot recommend this game, even if it is on Switch. Like, I can't recommend this game at all. Like, in the slightest. That is very true, Cyber. She does have Metroid DNA now. Oh god, I'm breaking down this whole. I'm gonna have to, like I said, I'm breaking down this whole fucking thing because now I actually can. Again, like, I love Dragon Ball, really do, absolutely do. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I cannot recommend this game at all. Even for my console exclusive Switch players, my brethren on the Switch, I can't recommend this game. It's not that good of a game. It's not. And it's going to be running at like 720p. somehow it looks even more cartoony. Mario Golf. We saw this. They have basically shown this in the same way they showed it last time. I'm not kidding. Maybe some new courses, but some of this footage is exactly like the footage they showed when they first revealed this. I think I had that footage on my screen. Alright, Pyro, sleep well. Ride of a lifetime. Yes, this is another one that could look good. This is another one that could look good. Is the Monster Hunter Stories.
But beware of the mini monsters roaming about. Some are docile, but others may suddenly ambush you. To fight, you'll team up with your Monstie and use weapons and skills to overwhelm enemy monsters in turn-based battles.
Like, you fight with your monster, I fucking love that.
Their materials, which can be forged into new weapons and armor. Hey, is that an egg? You might be able
But seriously, I'm looking at this art style and I'm thinking it looks like the art style more anime, but it looks like the art style from Breath of the Wild.
Multiplayer quests and battles.
This harsh cell shaded.
Buckle up, Ryder. It's going to be a real monster of an adventure. Monster Hunter Stories.
So yeah, I might just get this actually.
Soars onto Nintendo Switch July.
We'll say that's the second highlight for me because I'm actually interested. Like, I'm very interested in this.
You can play the free demo on June 20th.
The demo's before my birthday as well, damn it. WarioWare. There are WarioWare fans out there. I know this. But this is just a collection of mini-games. This is Minigame the Game. This is Minigame the Game. No, I didn't say it looks anime. I said the art. I said the cell shaded style and visual of it looks very Breath of the Wild. I just said it looks more anime than Breath of the Wild, but the cell shading as well as the aesthetics of it is more Breath of the Wild. It looks very Breath of the Wild. Because that's the one that sticks out the most in my mind. So yeah, I mean, like I said, there's definitely WarioWare fans out there. I've never been a fan of the WarioWare games, so I mean, I'm sure this is cool for them. It's like Just Dance, just it ain't for me, Chief. But you can do it co-op as well, so you can get mad at your friend. Now for Shin Megami Tensei 5. I called this immediately. You know what made, hold on, just a quick thing. You want to know what made me realize this was Shin Megami Tensei immediately? Because look at the faces. This is a very Shin Megami Tensei / Persona way of doing like pedestrians. You don't give them faces. Like the character model, the pedestrian models are very, very in that style. We'll give everybody who is not of importance mannequin faces.
As a high school student living in Tokyo, your life is fairly normal. But that reality is upended after you get pulled into a different dimension.
But yeah, this is probably going to be a day one purchase for me. Though I really need to go through all the Shin Megami Tensei games. And now Tokyo is Dubai.
Another Tokyo exists. A post-apocalyptic world where angels and demons reside.
You're no longer in Tokyo. Welcome to Dubai.
Suddenly, you fuse with a mysterious figure, gaining the power to fight demons. What lies ahead in this alternate realm?
Who knew Tokyo again? America over there sweating.
The world is now transformed into a sprawling,
Fucking slime.
infested wasteland. Though friendly demons do exist here, many are hostile and will attempt to destroy you. Harness
Fucking
your
jack-o'-lantern.
powers to fight demons using a command-based system. Finding their weak point is key.
That's very familiar for me, having recently got into the Persona series.
Actions you can perform in a combo will increase. Though demons are formidable opponents, you may be able to recruit them via negotiations.
Fucking Pixie.
Which begin
Did somebody say Dubai?
with them. If a
God's
negotiation
dead?
is successful, a demon will become a powerful ally.
That's not surprising. And we killed him.
In some cases, by rejecting a demon's request, they may feel motivated.
No, I'm saying I'm sure it works differently, but the concept seems similar.
Demons that do join will fight
Like, they
alongside
have weaknesses, is what I'm getting at.
By
Like, hit their
releasing
weakness,
demon
avoid your own
elements,
weakness.
Another demon can be created.
Ah, Beelzebub.
The newly fused demon's innate abilities will vary, granting you a powerful ally.
Fucking Jack Frost!
customized to your needs
Sorry.
and playstyle.
Jack Frost is my boy.
Challenge the many demons roaming this post-apocalyptic world by harnessing the power of your own. What destiny will you choose? Shin Megami Tensei 5 will launch exclusively on Nintendo Switch November 12th.
Exclusively on Nintendo Switch. My thing is, when I hear that, I can't trust that anymore. Because I'm very curious if they're going to be releasing it for PC as well.
Pre-orders for the physical version begin June 21st.
Yeah, we're getting a physical version, boys.
That was the latest.
And they got a website and everything up now. Yeah, it looks like it is just coming out for Switch. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, Demi. I think you're going a bit too fanboy. I think you're going a bit too fanboy for that. Or fangirl. I don't want to assume your gender. So fan it. There you go. It looks impressive. Fucking Danganronpa. All the Danganronpa games coming to Switch. So you can finally play Judge, Jury, and Executioner on your classmates on the Switch. Well done. All four of them from the first. Again, another re-release. There you go. And you can buy them separately if you want. Again, let me double check something. Fatal Frame. Hey Nick, Maiden of the Black Water. This is a fucking re-release. I'm fucking sure of it. Wait, hold on, wait. Give me a second. Maiden of the Black... No, not Mask of the fucking... Yeah, Maiden of the Black Water. Thank you. Damn. Yes, so this is another re-release. So the Maiden of the Black Water is another re-release. I didn't even realize there was a fucking VR game of Danganronpa. Hold on. Yeah, so you are getting a new one with Danganronpa S. So what? So you're getting 4 games. A new one. And this re-release. Doom Eternal. Again, I'm cool with this, even though it's a re-release of obviously a game that's already out there, but I'm more impressed that this fucking thing still runs on a Switch.
Raise hell in the first campaign expansion for Doom Eternal, The Ancient Gods Part 1. Deeper and more challenging combat awaits as you eliminate Hell's newest threats.
So now y'all can fucking suffer the way that we suffered when we played this fucking DLC the first time. Fuck! Fuck this DLC. Ah. But no, like, it's a technical marvel that id pulled this shit, id and the people that worked on it fucking pulled this off. Again, just going to show that the id Tech 6 engine is one of the best engines around. Oh, yeah, you're also getting Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2. I hope you're finally happy about that. I mean, they're great games, but again, Strange Brigade.
The Witch Queen has risen from the dead.
This is another one that was interesting.
Can stop her. The Strange Brigade. In this thrilling adventure, you'll blast through an army of mummified monstrosities while solving puzzles in booby-trapped dungeons. Go it alone or team up with other daring adventurers.
Seems like a third-person shooter dungeon crawler, maybe.
Expect the unexpected when Strange Brigade launches on Nintendo Switch later today. It's a new
Again,
adventure of
they showed everything they show here. Again, I'm just reiterating. Everything they showed here was shown at the Ubisoft conference. I fucking hate when companies do this. When they don't show anything fucking new. There was nothing new shown in that. Oh, Advanced War. I gotta admit, this looks cute. But yes, you're getting Advanced War 1 and 2. I know Cyber's happy about this. No, but we can doll it up as much as possible.
Memorable characters and vibrant gameplay are in store as you lead the commanding officers to victory. Play the first 2 Advance Wars campaigns in Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp. Marching on to Nintendo Switch.
Oh, no, I wouldn't go that far.
Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo eShop.
So yeah, then... Yes, then we got the expansion for Age of Calamity, which I'm not gonna bother getting any kind of interest in until, like, all of it is done. I no fucking interest. And then we got the more Skyward Sword. Again, I would only get to this when it's dirt cheap and when I'm finally getting to this when I played all the other Legend of Zelda games up to this point. Okay, now for the what the fuck.
Next up.
This right here, that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is an encapsulation of what Nintendo fucking thinks of you. That right there is an encapsulation of how little of a fuck they give for the Legend of Zelda series. And its 35th anniversary.
This is a Game & Watch system that lets you play 3 games in the Legend of Zelda series. This year, the original Legend of Zelda game reaches its 35th anniversary. While we don't have any campaigns or other Nintendo Switch games planned...
Right there! Right there! Right there! They have no plans for anything else except that. No plans for the 35th anniversary except that. If you buy this and you call yourself a Legend of Zelda fan, I'm coming for your fucking kneecaps and your scalp. I wanna channel my inner Cherokee and come and fly and tomahawk your ass. That is fucking insulting. Do you want to know something as well? I'm going to guarantee you that's probably going to cost about $80. Probably about, I'd say, you know what, I'd say $80. Maybe a bit more. Give it a month after its release. You would not be able to pick up one of these for shit, and it will be and its second hand will cost you upwards and over $100. They are literally selling you 2 games that you can play on your Nintendo Switch right now if you have online. This is fucking disgraceful. You know, I said the same shit when it came to the fucking SNES Mini. I said the same thing when it came to the NES Mini. You are, like, if you buy this shit, you deserve to have a lollipop stuck to your face and be called a sucker for your entire life. Because they fucking got you. Because you know, by the way, you know the selling point for that SNES Mini? You know the Star Fox 2? I do believe that's on Switch now. What's even more insulting? They didn't even bother. They didn't even put like links. They didn't even put a link to the past. They put Link's Awakening. You know the game that they recently just fucking remade and is the superior version that you should get? No, they put the fucking original on this. Oh, I'm taking Reggie's kneecaps for this. I am taking Reggie's fucking kneecaps. In fact, is that fucker online? I need to, if he's online, I need to drag him in. Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can drag Zero in. He is the resident Nintendo boy of the VGP, and I want his goddamn kneecaps for this. This is a fucking disgrace. You know what? Yeah, if they'd added all of the Game Boy games onto it, like Minish Cap, Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons, Link's Awakening, Legend of Zelda DX, because I think DX was, no, it wasn't. No, my apologies. If they'd added all of that onto a Game & Watch, I still wouldn't have bought it. I still would not have fucking bought it. And I would have judged people who did buy it. But it would have felt like there was a little bit of effort into doing this. But no, this is... You know what? You know the worst thing is? I guarantee you, before this fucking releases, I'm gonna say it right now, I put my fucking reputation on the line when I say this. Before this fucking thing releases, when does this release? Before this thing releases, you will already have people making their own homebrew fucking Game & Watches with more fucking games on it using Raspberry Pis. Like, that is what's gonna happen. People are gonna be making their own fucking versions of this like they did with the goddamn SNES Mini. Fuck. Fuck Nintendo for this. Seriously, I can't believe I'm saying it. Fuck Nintendo for trying to pull this shit again. And now... Breath of the Wild 2. Still no official name, by the way. Still no official name. Okay, that's creepy. So it looks like, it seems like what people were thinking was going to happen is not going to happen. Ganondorf does not seem like he is going to be a good guy in this game. Because I remember that being like a speculation after the first trailer dropped that Ganondorf would actually be joining them. I remember that speculation happening. Oh, there goes Zelda. I got no problem with okay, first of all, like, okay, you're expanding the map into the skies. Okay, cool. I don't mind that. I really don't. That's what gets me. Look at this son of a bitch. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. Oh, looks like we're getting a gauntlet that has powers instead of an iPad. It's time reversal. So we're not getting the dagger of time, but we're phase shifting through stuff. And again, I'd like to point out, this just reminds me of Ocarina of Time when Hyrule Castle is floating. Again, how does one castle get butt fucked so much in one series? Yeah, that's it. That's all we got for the sequel to Breath of the Wild. We got Prince of Persia powers up in this bitch. Literally reverse time, it seems. Seriously, if I'm gonna rate this is a 6 on 10 for me. This is a 6 on 10 presentation. The worst thing is it didn't show. Here's the thing, Pyro. You're probably going to be in the minority. For me, it didn't turn me off the sequel. It didn't turn me off the sequel, but I think it's led. It just added to the disappointment that obviously we were told we're finally getting something, and that's what we got. Actually, to be fair, I'm gonna have to call it a 5 on 10 because a bunch of those were just fucking re-releases. Like, seriously. I'm glad there's a sequel happening. I'm glad. But I was hoping for more than, and I kid you not, give me a second. But, Nido, you do realize a bunch of all you saw was just basically fucking re-releases, right? Re-releases in games that already, re-releases of games, ports of games that are already out there. Re-releases of games. Okay, finally, I can bring Reggie in. Like, a bunch of ports, a bunch of re-releases. And that's it. And for Breath of the Wild, here's the thing. Maybe it is judging too harshly. Maybe it is. Okay, but for Breath of the Wild, we got a grand total of... Hold on, where is... Okay. So, we're at 40-24 right now. Just keep that in mind. 40-24. With grand total of 60 seconds. Yeah, we got a grand total of just over 60 seconds. Okay, here he is. Reggie!
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. The fuck was this?
I'm surprised at people's reactions to this, considering what we were given.
Yeah.
We got WarioWare, we got Advance Wars, we got Shin Megami, the Return of Fatal Frame.
No, not a Return of Fatal Frame. A re-release of Fatal Frame. That ain't a brand new Fatal Frame.
When's the last Fatal Frame that came out?
That's it. That's the one. The Wii U version. That's the Wii U game.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that one.
There's a fucking re-release.
So wonder when they might not have one. So that means 4 has not come out for it yet either. So I'll take Fatal Frame off, but Shin Megami.
No, Shin Megami Tensei 5 is cool. That's cool. You got one highlight there, and it looks great. And nobody here is disagreeing with that. WarioWare, I'll admit, not for me. It's a game. It's a collection of mini games as a game. Like that. That's not to say. And I know it's a portable system, so don't try and fucking challenge me on that. But that looks like something I pull out on my phone while I'm on the shitter.
That's the design of it. I mean, but that's why it became so popular. WarioWare is a hit. It's huge on the
shitter.
3DS.
it's huge on the toilets. But I'm not.
Seeing Advance Wars is fantastic.
Again, another re-release.
Perfectly fine, but that is Nintendo's version of their remastered re-release. If people want to print and definitely different energy. But if people want to praise what Dark Souls is doing, just because it looks different doesn't mean it's not the same energy of like we've taken this old game and just pumped it up for today.
Yeah, no, I get that.
So like that's fine.
My problem with this conference is I'm also now convinced. You know how we were giving shit about the Guardians of the Galaxy footage shown at Square Enix? I'm now absolutely convinced they were showing Switch footage, which is why it was at 24 frames per second.
Which might be beneficial to Guardians, meaning that when it drops for the 5 and the S or X, like it'll look pretty solid. Look, I'm still Team Guardians, and I will always be Team Guardians for that joint.
All right,
I can't. It looks like it just is gonna do better than what the Avengers did, even though I could be wrong.
Yeah, like my problem is for one, as a Legend of Zelda fan, I am wholly fucking insulted.
And the only thing I can assume is that this is Nintendo making toys again. Because when they were like, oh, well, we'll release this Game & Watch with Zelda 1, 2, and Link's Awakening, and then a special Game & Watch game, my first thought was, all of these games are already on Nintendo Switch Online.
2 of them are. Link's Awakening isn't, but 2 of them are. And one of them they just recently remade.
Link's Awakening is the remake. Yeah. Which is an excellent remake, although I haven't...
it's the definitive version of it.
Yeah. So it's weird that you're selling me, and I know it's going to be expensive. I said I might buy one just to like hold for resale value years later.
I've already turned around and said this. One, it's going to launch it with an $80 price tag. Okay, and I'm gonna no offense, Reggie, but I'm gonna lose all respect for anybody who does buy it. Okay, if you say you're a Legend of Zelda fan. The other thing, and I'm guaranteeing this because it happened with the SNES Mini, before this even launches, you will see fan-made versions of this Game & Watch done with more games on a Raspberry Pi.
I mean, already. You don't even have to like look far to like do that.
Exactly. So that's why I'm insulted by that. For the 35th anniversary, they straight up said, "This is all we have for you."
Yeah, they said they weren't doing anything else.
Yeah, but fuck it. But Super Monkey Ball for its 20th anniversary gets 3 remasters in a collection.
And that's and what a wonderful game for the Switch.
I hate you.
It was almost as if like that game was designed years ago for a Switch.
I hate you. I hate you.
I've always loved Super Monkey Ball, and as I was looking, I was like, oh yeah, because I can hold it in handheld and actually move the thing.
You can do that with your controller as well.
Yeah, and so I was like, all right, that's cool. I don't like them trying to make Skyward Sword a thing.
Thank you.
It's dumb.
Oh, I'm so glad you now finally fucking agree.
I like Skyward Sword. I always joke about it, but I've never actually liked Skyward Sword. I don't like that what I don't like is that they force you into the set of controls. They just won't make it a regular game.
Well, no, Skyward Sword is going to have controller support.
Well, but at least from what I understand, like it's still this weird kind of pseudo controller support. It's like you got to flick the controller up and down to do stuff.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if it has like it's not going to play like Breath of the Wild.
No, absolutely not.
Which is like just make it play like Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask or Wind Waker or Twilight Princess or any of the other Zelda games. Why is this one, which is already kind of as is, the one where we got to say, yeah, we're going to we forced you with motion controls the first time. And it's like, okay, well, now we're going to give you like pseudo control. Just give me control of the game. I don't understand.
Right.
What else did they show? It started off kind of slow.
Okay, we'll start from the top actually. We'll start from the top because we're all over the place. But you are, just so everybody is aware, he is the resident Nintendo apologist. He'll try and fucking deny it, but he knows he is. So he is the one I wanted to drag into this. In fact, I wanted to try and get him on for the whole thing, but I'm assuming you heard about the embargo that they put on this fucking live stream 2 hours before it went live.
I jumped onto your thing and I was like, why is he watching on his phone? And I was like, oh, it's because of the embargo thingy. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. If they'd said it like 2 hours, if they'd said it like 2 days before or 2 weeks before, I wouldn't have had a bug up my ass for it. But 2 fucking hours? Anyway, so Kazuya Mishima coming to Smash. Good get.
Fantastic.
Good get. But I don't care about Smash anymore. The community pretty much fucking forced me out.
I mean, I think that if you just focus on Smash as the game, walk away from the community, it's a perfectly solid game. You know, a large part of the difficult part of the community is still from Melee and still want Melee to be a thing. And it's like, whatever, bro, like leave it alone. I don't care anymore. Smash Ultimate is just a fantastic game. The only thing I really think it's missing, and I understand why Sakurai didn't do it, is like a proper story mode. Because the Subspace Embassy was like pretty fantastic as a sort of grab bag of like, here's this kind of dumb story, and like here's when Solid Snake meets Meta Knight for the first time, or when Princess Peach gets rescued by Ness and Lucas. I was like, that's fun, but he flat out said nobody played the game to watch the story. They just watched it online, and he wasn't happy with that. So sure. Kazuya himself, I think, is fantastic. I first thought it was Heihachi because he has a tendency to throw people off cliffs.
The worst thing is, having played Tekken 7 and knowing how Tekken 7 ends, I knew that environment fucking immediately.
Right. And so I think it's hilarious. Like, clearly Sakurai's still having fun. And so that's what I enjoy. Like, the entire sequence of him just dropping people off cliffs is completely hilarious.
I was begging.
Ending, of course, with Kirby floating away.
I was begging. I was fucking begging. And you could go back and watch it live. When I saw it, I was like, fly back up, Kirby. Fly back up, Kirby. And then it fucking popped for that, though. I won't lie.
Sakurai will not let anything happen to his special boy.
Nope.
And so, like, Kirby will always come out on top somehow.
Yeah, he will always get away unscathed. Right.
So I gotta wait till the deep dive to see just like how he plays, how he's gonna fit into the meta, what he's about. Jubei brought up a good point. Is like I partially agree. It's a little tough to have characters like Ryu, Terry, Kazuya, Ken show up in it. Not because they don't fit, because Smash, well, not historically, has always been about a lot of sometimes obscure characters.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if they could have pulled some obscure fighting game character.
Honestly, I kind of wish they had. I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to, I wish they'd announced like a full, like at least a solid 3. If they really wanted to make this something, because yeah, Kazuya's great, but I felt like it would have been more impactful if they said, we're going to introduce 3 characters from Tekken. We're going to bring Kazuya in, we're going to bring fucking Jack in, and we're going to bring King in. Like 3 massive oddballs in the Tekken series, because Jack is a big giant robot. King is a luchador with a goddamn mask who for some reason can actually roar like a lion.
Yeah.
And then you got Kazuya. Like, bring in like 3 oddballs.
Or, you know, the easiest one has always been right there, Panda or Kuma.
Yeah.
Just bear. Just throw a bear into Smash and like, yeah, that fits. That tracks.
Hell, with Panda and Kuma, you could have them as one character in a reskin. Because they're both the same goddamn character anyway.
Yeah, so like that was I like to see the fighting game characters, but like one of the reasons Smash is great for me is because like it's just these oddball characters who like we've never really seen fight before.
Yeah.
So hopefully I think we still got 2, maybe 3 more characters left. I feel like at this point we're out of fighting games. So like, hopefully they jump back into something, interesting.
You know what they need to do? They need to bring in somebody from the fucking Streets of Rage or Final Fight series.
Now, Final Fight would be a perfect addition. I'd personally
One
choose
more
like
left.
Saddam.
There's actually one more left, apparently.
Oh, just one. Then I have no clue who that would be. Yeah, unfortunately, we're never gonna get like anybody from the Super Mario RPG series, so that's gone.
Yeah, we're never gonna get Imagine the last one. Luigi.
Yeah, I guess honestly, I actually would be pretty proud of them if they made Waluigi the last one. I would be like, all right, that's fair. I understand. Good job.
All right.
But I was always hoping for Gino. But yeah, let's move on from Smash.
Yeah, fuck it. Life is Strange. You're getting Life is Strange again. A port, ladies and gentlemen. Like you're getting the remaster, but by essential. That's port number 1. I need to keep a record here because I really want to fucking know. Give me a second. Let me open up a Word doc just so I can keep track of these because I really want to see like re-releases and ports for the Switch. This was my biggest fucking issue. Re-releases, ports. Like, and the difference is a re-release is a game that's already been out for like ages, but a port is something that's not been out that long. So, like, Maiden of the Black Water, that is a re-release. A port would be something like Life is Strange Remastered, a game that's already been out there. I don't think was on the original Switch, or was on the Switch.
I don't believe so. I think it's just coming to the Switch now.
Yeah, so you're basically getting that, and I can't count Life is Strange True Colors because that's not even out yet. But again, it's Life is Strange. I don't like personally. I'm sure somebody out there is, and if you are, I'm sure you've got colorful fucking hair as well. Okay, but I don't give a fuck about Life is Strange.
It is so I've never played it, but I am a fan of the visual. Well, it's a graphic novel, but it's of the same genre of like the visual novel.
No, it's not. It's an adventure game. It's in the same vein of like old school Monkey Island and stuff like that.
See, I would point them into the same. I would perhaps two different sides of the same coin, but I'd wrap like. What you're doing here is a lot of reading and pushing buttons.
Which is what
not a lot of attacking, not a lot of jumping, and it is wall of text, pushing buttons, move to the left.
Effectively, it's a Telltale game. Yeah, Cyber's right. Like, if I'm going to put a more modern spin on it, Life is Strange is effectively like a Telltale's game. It's an adventure game.
Yeah, but you're like because Danganronpa is similar. In that, like, you can move around, you can do stuff, but like it's a visual novel. But it operates just like a Telltale game, and so it's like there's definitely a delineating point where like they separate. But to me, they're close enough that I can wrap them all in the same thing. Because if you don't like Danganronpa, if you don't like Phoenix Wright, then you probably won't like Life is Strange. If you don't like Telltale games, you probably won't like these things either. Like they tend to run a very specific audience, and Life is Strange has their own very specific audience, it just isn't for me. But I understand. I'm aware of the popularity of it.
Yeah, and
it's just not something I'm with.
Yeah, and the people who enjoy it most likely have like probably have like colorful, very very fucking colorful hair, unironically.
Yeah.
So after that. Get it off my fucking screen. Guardians of the Galaxy. This is this falls into the same thing as True Colors. It's a new release. So give me a second. I've got 4 categories here. So I've got re-releases, ports, new releases. So this would we've got 2 in the new releases right now. Actually, I should add DLC as well because they really did kind of get heavy on that as well. So there's 1 DLC. Good games and bangers. And there's only like 2 bangers in this entire fucking show. So yeah. Guardians of the Galaxy, like we already fucking saw this. Like it's the same problem with what happened with Mario and Rabbids. Like they literally showed the exact damn same thing from Ubisoft.
Yeah.
So that's straight up padding and stupid. I fucking hate. It's not just a criticism of Nintendo. I hate it when any company fucking does it.
It seems to be the challenge across the industry, right? Because like when we had E3 in its proper form, it happened with Mario Rabbids the first time. Ubisoft announced it, and then on their show, and then Nintendo announced it, and then of course they did the Treehouse Live, but it was like we already knew this was coming.
Exactly.
And I don't know how you fix that between like the two companies, because like if Ubisoft gives Rabbids to Nintendo to show, that means Ubisoft has one less thing to show.
Then cut down the time. I'd rather see something that's not there. Like Ubisoft is making it, so Ubisoft should show it. I already know it exists, so Nintendo, let it fucking go. Like just cut down your time a little. You're not you are literally missing nothing. Like if you cut it out, you're literally losing nothing but a little time, which again went to something that we already know existed.
I think Nintendo is in the proper position to do it well, because like their tree houses always follow their events. So Ubisoft can say, here's Mario Rabbids, and then for a more in-depth tune into Nintendo's treehouse sometime later, we can go through it that way. Because I think it might show up at this treehouse today. Hopefully it will.
I'd just like to point out this fucking screenshot of Guardians of the Galaxy I just happened to freeze on. It's actually pretty fucking hilarious because it's all serious, and then you got Groot in the background fucking hugging a llama.
I'm telling you guys, like this game, the formula is different.
I'm sure the writing will be on point. The moment I saw a health bar and the moment I saw an XP bar, I was fucking gone.
Yeah, so I'm intrigued. Like, what does that mean exactly? And it feels like these kind of action sequence set pieces, very similar to a Devil May Cry.
No, because Devil May Cry doesn't even have a level up system. You can level up your weapons. Like here's the thing. I can't believe I'm about to say God of War actually did this better, because with God of War, you don't necessarily upgrade. You can upgrade yourself, but you find those with like health upgrades and stuff like that. But when you're actually upgrading something, you're adding stuff onto your runes, like your axe. You're adding runes onto your axe so you can use more attacks, and that's how you do more powerful attacks, and you can upgrade your weapons. And that's why everybody has health bars. But I don't feel like this is what they're doing. I feel like this is going to have a skill tree. And I don't want skill trees. I like the idea of, if you want them to have health bars, then let me upgrade my weapons so they deal more damage. Let me find things that can upgrade my health, but just don't give me a skill tree. I'm sick of seeing them.
No, like, and particularly if it's a linear skill tree where you can't go anywhere, because Ghost had one. I was currently playing Days Gone, which has one. The Last of Us has one. I don't mind the skill tree so much, like, so long as it's not some massive thing where I'm going back and forth, like, Borderlands a little. But
at least with Ghost of Tsushima, at least not everybody is a goddamn walking tank where they're taking, like, 500 hits to kill, unless they're a boss. Like, a typical enemy will take, like, 3 slashes to kill.
And that's because Ghost is playing for a bit more realism. Part of the challenge I think people had with the Avengers is they didn't like that, like, superheroes aren't just like one-shotting robots, which is fine.
Yeah,
but the Guardians haven't always been top powerhouse superheroes. Peter Quill is just a dude.
Yeah, Quill's just a dude, I'll admit that. Drax, though, is the one with the superhuman strength. Like, he is the Hulk.
And Gamora's pretty strong, and like so is Groot, but he's a dumb tree. And Rocket isn't strong at all; he just has guns.
Big fucking guns.
So it's like they have an opportunity to it's not so bad if like Peter Quill, and particularly because you seem to be only playing as him, if Peter Quill takes a little bit more to like kill things, because like he doesn't have.
That's the one thing I will give this game. The one thing that definitely intrigued me was being able to command my teammates. Like, I can have Groot hold down a big, like, it could work because you can have Groot hold down or hold in place a powerful enemy while you deal with the cannon fodder that's around him. I like that idea. That has potential.
And it looks like it might have some of these sort of team up attacks, and I immediately got drawn to like Chrono Trigger, where two people together doing a move, sort of power moves.
Yeah.
So I like that idea. I just hope they're varied and interesting, because like I imagine after like hour 5, it might get exhausting to do the same sort of power move over and over again.
Yeah. Right. Moving on. So yeah, that's the second new release. The next new release, I'm okay with this because I'm a big Worms fan. Is Worms what was this? Yeah, Worms Rumble. I'm a sucker for these kind of for Worms. I've been playing Worms since Worms Armageddon on the PlayStation 1. I love these kind of games. I'm kind of all for this, especially if especially considering it's actually a 32 multiplayer game with crossplay. So
do not have a problem with Worms. I too played it sort of back in the day. It just didn't. I keep forgetting Worms exists.
Yes, that is a problem.
Like, every time it shows up, I'm like, oh wow, it's still here. Okay, cool.
Then we have 2 Point Academy, or was it 2 Point College? Give me a second.
Is it Academy or College? I don't remember what it's called.
Oh wait, no, sorry. We have Astria Ascending actually as well, which looks interesting. It looks like an RPG, but I don't like. Why? Give me a second. I feel like I have heard this fucking name before. 1 second. Astria Ascending. We feel like. Oh, it's on Steam. That's where I've heard it before. Yeah, it's coming out 30th of September. Yeah, so that's why I've heard it. So it's coming out on Steam as well. So it's not a Switch exclusive, but it still looks like a good game. It looks like a good,
absolutely
good solid RPG with a good solid, nice visuals. It looks like it's a side scroller though. I don't know. It's hard to fully judge.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's or like one of those sort of maybe like old Legend of Mana action, like pseudo action RPG type thing.
Yeah. Yeah, so now we're on to 2 Point Campus. That's it. Here's the thing. Though I'm sure this won't set the world on fire. Their first game did actually, 2 Point Hospital, and this is definitely not just coming out for Switch. This is definitely coming out for PC because 2 Point Hospital was shown years ago on the PC gaming conference. Like years ago.
It'll probably come for everything, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a game that's coming. Yeah.
I put this in the good category because I'm happy for these guys because if you actually know the story of the guys behind 2 Point, they took a gamble with 2 Point Hospital. Because they even, like I said, 2 Point Hospital was shown on stage at PC Gaming. And it did really fucking well to the point where they're releasing a new one. I believe this is the same company. So again, I put it in the good because, good for them. I'm really fucking happy for them.
Agree, and I'm a big fan of sim games because this is basically what the spiritual successor to Theme Hospital.
Actually, I would say yes, it kind of was. It seems like it's more becoming like the series is becoming more of a spiritual successor to the Tycoon series.
Yes, and since in that whole brand of like even the SimCity part, like in addition to SimCity back in the day, we had Sim Ant and all these other type of simulation like things that have seemed to be condensed down to from SimCity's perspective, like just SimCity seems to be the only thing they're making now. So it's good to see like 2 Point Hospital, the Tycoon series, even that Jurassic Park series. I'm glad to see that's like back in the mix. And the 2 Point series seems to have a bit of charm to it.
Definitely.
It's definitely enjoying itself while being like, run this hospital, but like have fun.
Yeah, like one of the
I'm down.
One of the ones that always stuck out in my head is the guys who literally had their heads knocked down into their chests, so they're just walking around with no head on their shoulders.
Yeah, so it's like that's fun. Like these don't have to be real serious. Like FC's really big into what is it, Age of Empires?
Yes.
Like I tried it. It's too much for me. It is just too much. But if you can give me sort of a condensed down version of that, I'll play it all the time.
Right, so again, I don't want to spend too much on this because just thinking about this it does enrage the fuck out of me. Monkey Ball 20th anniversary, 3 games in 1. This is a fucking re-release.
I'm fine with Monkey Ball just because. Well, I've always loved Monkey Ball, but again, it just feels like if the Switch.
Oh, I
think
apologize.
that the
It's
Switch-
5 games. No, sorry, I apologize. It's 4 games. You've got Monkey Ball 1, Monkey Ball 2, Monkey Ball. I think it was Banana. Is that Banana Blitz? Give me a second. No, Monkey Ball. Okay, so 1, 2. You're getting Deluxe. You're getting Touch and Roll, Adventure, Banana Blitz. You get and Step and Roll and 3D. Oh my god, you're getting 9 games. I only just fucking saw all that. Monkey Ball Fruit's 20th anniversary is getting 9 fucking games. 9 fucking re-releases.
Super Monkey. Good to see Super Monkey Balls back in the mix.
I hate.
Good for you.
Do not be praising this. Do not be praising this in my presence. 9 fucking games and fucking Legend of Zelda gets a Game & Watch. Are you fucking serious?
Well, now let hold that thought though, so we can move past Super Monkey Ball. But hold that thought about like the comparison between that and Zelda.
Fuck it. But it's a re-release. I'm saying it's a fucking re-release.
Mm.
Fucking hell. Okay, I don't know what the fuck Mario Party Superstars truly is right now. Because they were saying that they're reusing 25 boards from N64 games. Is this just a new Mario Party, or is this... Yeah, 100 mini games from across the series with online, like, what is this just a fucking best of?
Yes, that's what it is. It's a best of Mario.
So it's a fucking re-release.
To be fair, this would probably sit more in the remaster category. Because they took all of the old boards and remastered them.
But they're re-releasing it. By the way, I'd also like to point out. Give me a second. I need to fully see this. So the 20th anniversary of Monkey Ball. I need to double check, because here's my thing for this. Here's my problem, and I don't feel I'm unjustified in thinking this. Okay, my worry with this Monkey Ball series. Because, you know, Nido's trying to defend it and saying that he disagrees with it being a re-release. Here's the thing. If I need to see it. I need to see it because my thing is, so it is being remastered. Okay, so I will add a different category then and say remasters. Because then I will take Life is Strange off of there. Oh, give me a second. I will take Life is Strange off there from re-releases, and I will put it in remasters. But I'm sorry, remasters are not that like having too many remasters is not a good thing, ladies and gentlemen.
I agree. Yeah, it's not saying remaster is better. It's just I'm clarifying it for technicality on what it is.
Right.
That's all.
Okay, so then if we're talking Superstars, that falls into a remaster as well then. So you got 2 remasters, 1 port, 2 new releases, and 3 goods, 1 DLC at the moment. Okay.
So let me pull back on Superstars for a minute. Yeah, I guess that would be a remaster, because the weird thing about the game, and it's weird that it is a best of Mario Party, which I'm assuming more will be coming because there's only 5 boards. You don't need more than 5 boards. With 100 classic mini games from across the series.
Yeah, all the way from the very first one.
Yeah, but they've never technically. No. Yeah, remaster would be it. Never mind.
Yep.
It would be a remaster.
Because
I think the only difference, like the 5 boards are from Mario 64 or Super Mario Party 64. And then the mini games come from 64 and GameCube, I believe. So it's the addition of the GameCube that makes this like different, but it's still basically just a remaster of Mario Party 64.
Okay, so give me a second. I'm by these new goalposts that have been set, I just need to quickly just skim through very quickly to see what we have. Give me a second. Guardians of the Galaxy, that is a new release. Okay, so Worms, that is a new release. So we're up to 3 at the moment. Ascending, that's a 4th one. That's a 4th new release. 2 Point, that is a new one as well. That is 5. I'm just simplifying all of this for everybody because, again, numbers are what are important to me right now. Monkey Ball, that's a remaster. So yeah, that's 2 remasters. So right now we have 3 remasters, 5 new releases, one DLC. But some of these new releases again are not exclusive to the Switch.
Exactly. Well, yeah, they're just new releases coming to the Switch.
Well, not just that. No, I mean like Ascending. That is not that's coming to Steam as well.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Steam. I got you. All right, I got you.
So when it launches, it won't just be on the Switch. Like it's a console exclusive, maybe. Right, now we come to the first actual good, in my opinion, the first actual good game that they've shown. Metroid 5.
Yes, fantastic.
I'm so glad.
I wasn't even expecting it.
No, like so we got a positive. We're getting a fucking sequel to Metroid Fusion, which is Metroid 4. But they still had nothing for Metroid Prime. Not even an update saying, not even a fucking update or concept art or saying that, you know. Yeah, I know 4 was Fusion. I literally just said Metroid Fusion, Metroid 4. So yes, we're getting a sequel to that, but we got nothing on Prime 4. No concept art, no things are moving very, very smoothly. We got nothing. Yes, Metroid Prime. Yeah, Metroid Fusion was 4. Metroid Fusion was Metroid 4. So yes, I'm glad we're getting a sequel to it. It's funny how they're continuing with the it's funny that they're continuing on with turn around and calling it Metroid number, but then the actual box art and everything would not call it that. So this is Metroid 5, but the title, the box art will say Metroid Dread.
Right. And as it is, though, at least I would say, this is the direct continuation of the story from Metroid and Super Metroid.
No, it's the direct from Fusion. Okay, so chronologically, it goes Prime 1, Prime 2, Prime 3, Metroid, Metroid 2, Super Metroid, Other M, Fusion, then this.
Or will they slot it into after Super?
No, because that is clearly the Fusion suit that she's wearing. That is maybe it's a modified version, but if you look at I don't know if you've got my screen up, because on my phone I couldn't fully actually see this, but if you look at the screen now, do you see all of that stuff that's wrapped around her arm and her waist and her hips? That is the telltale signs of the Fusion suit.
Right.
Because it did get slightly upgraded the more she killed the X-Parasites that had her powers in Metroid Fusion.
I know what you're right, because I was watching the Treehouse before I joined. Because this was planned 15 or 19 years ago. This was supposed to come out as a sequel to Fusion, and they never did it.
Right.
So you're right. This comes. This is really supposed to be a sequel to Fusion.
Yeah, you forgot about Prime Hunters DR.
Yeah.
No one cares. But my point is yes, this is going to be a direct sequel. It seems like they're going with a direct sequel to Fusion, which again, I'm just happy that they've not forgotten it. I just find it funny. For the longest time, people wanted a sequel to Fusion. For the longest goddamn time, people didn't shut up about it. I didn't shut up about it. Okay. Then we got then Metroid Primes came out. They finished up that story. Everybody was happy with that and went back to asking for a sequel to Fusion. No one was asking for a Prime sequel. Nobody. Maybe there was a small minority, but I feel like the consensus was the Prime story was told.
It was.
Then we got Prime 4 announcement, and everybody fucking forgot about Fusion sequel.
Yeah.
But I'm just glad they're going back to a Metroidvania style.
Yes, the 2D, and it looks great.
It does.
I was watching the Treehouse, like they had a sort of walkthrough demo playing, and it just looks fantastic. I like the idea of Emmy, which is the name of the robot.
They really need to. Well, it's more than just one robot. It's going to be multiple robots. Because they showed off multiple robots in this. My problem with it is they really need to distinguish it because it is like the fact that it looks like if it catches you as an insta kill, it looks like it's coming off as a new attempt at the SAX from Fusion.
I mean, which again probably is. I don't imagine that a lot of the ideas haven't changed from 15 years ago. They just kind of kept them there and made it work now. Like, whatever happened to cause them to not do it, and I'm sure there's a story there, but I don't think necessarily they, like, reinvented the wheel.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that we've had this. The SAX is pretty much a... I would say, if it wasn't for Dark Samus, the SAX would be more remembered, because the SAX was only ever in one fucking game anyway. But
and
the
Dark Samus stole the show.
Yeah, exactly. But... like, I immediately thought they're definitely taking the inspiration from, or they're definitely consulting, or I don't know if it's actually the same guys. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know who's making this, but
the guy who made what's his name? What is his name?
Is it the same guy behind? Is it the same team behind the Metroid 2 remake?
I do not know who did.
Oh, okay, so Mercury Steam is helping with this. That's good. Right, that's good. Because I was about to say, it looks like they clearly helped with this, because it looks like it plays like Metroid 2 Remake, which is good. It looks better than it, and I know that's harsh saying, because Metroid 2 Remake was on a goddamn fucking 3DS, but this looks way fucking better.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was your first banger. This was the first banger of the show.
I agree, yeah. And, Sakamoto... Has Sakamoto been on every Metroid, I think?
No, because Gunpei Yokoi was on Super Metroid.
Okay.
Rest in peace, Gunpei Yokoi. Fucking Amiibo's already announced. Just Dance, that's a new release, but...
Yeah, and, like, I mean, not to say who cares, because I've seen kids, like, love Just Dance, but, like, we know.
I don't
Just
care.
Dance comes out every year.
I don't care, but I know somebody cares, so that's why I'm not going to shit on it.
Yeah, like, it's fine. It's pretty funny when you can go to a convention and you can guarantee there will be a group of maybe, like, 20 or so people on the arcade floor playing Just Dance.
Yeah. Cruis'n and Blast.
They got an audience.
Cruising and Blast, like that. That sounds familiar as well. Give me a second.
It's an arcade game, I believe. Which, like, the only interesting thing of that really was, like, you get to race as a unicorn.
They've been a fucking fixture of Nintendo games, apparently, and I've never fucking heard of them.
I think I've only seen them in arcade games. It looks exactly like one of those arcade games where, like, you double tap the trigger and you use boost to ride up on ramps.
Okay, so yeah, no, you're right, it is. It's a Namco Bandai game.
Yeah, That makes
So
a
it's
lot more sense.
so it's a fuck. So I feel like this could solidly go in re-releases.
Yeah, I'd go there. Yeah, because it's already out. I'm sure it's already out somewhere.
Well, I mean, it's out in the arcade, so I count that.
Yeah.
Speaking of re-releases, and I will fucking say this to I will fucking say it again. I'm a huge Dragon Ball fan. Jubei is a big Dragon Ball fan. And I believe Jubei would fucking definitely attest to this. I cannot recommend Dragon Ball Z Kakarot on the Switch.
I just don't. Outside of fighters, I'm just done with Dragon Ball as a franchise.
And this is a re-release. This is
not a re-release, right?
Yeah, this is technically a re-release. Though it's a port, it's been out in the wild for over a year and a half.
Yeah, you and both Jubei have like played it and beat it and finished it.
Yes, and the only reason I haven't done the DLC is because I've been waiting for all the fucking DLC to come out, and they're still doing it. It's just as bad as Xenoverse 2.
Yep.
And you're getting 2 of the DLC with this, which is not all of the DLC as well. I'd just like to point that out. When when this comes out for Switch, you're not getting all of the DLC.
So we'll still have to buy more.
Yes. Give me a second, because I think they mentioned it comes with yeah, it only comes with 1, a new Power Awakens set. You're only getting 1 of the DLC, which is the first one.
This is why I can't. I'm just over Dragon Ball as a concept. The franchise is it's too much now, and like they never just give you it all.
I guarantee you, it's going to run.
Like you got to do what you got to do, but the show is over like 20 years old now. There have been countless games. There's just no reason why base games should not come with everything up until the Super Saga.
Especially, no, it's not just that. Here's the thing. Here's the reason why I don't. Because okay. This is called Dragon Ball Z. So I never went in with the expectation that it was going to go up to the Super Saga. I never had that expectation because it's literally got that Z. So it separates itself from Super. My problem is this game's combat is not the best. It's better than Jump Force. Like, the combat in this is what Jump Force should have been. Alright? But my problem is the combat is still lackluster. It is literally an abridged version of Dragon Ball Z. The open world is fucking pointless. Like, it really goddamn is. It's like Gears 5 levels of uselessness. Like, this game had no reason to exist. And then they brought out the DLC, which included a lot of the super stuff.
Right.
That's...
I just can't. I just can't. There's just new... Dragon Ball has had its time.
No. Here's the thing. Nido, I'm not discrediting this for being released for Switch. Because there's going to be another release for Switch that I completely credit. My problem is that it's a re-release with not all of the content so far. It is a re-release that is most likely going to run like crap because this game is going to run at probably about 720 on dock. And probably about 360 on fucking undocked, and is gonna keep 60 frames per second. Like, I guarantee you, this is only gonna run 720 undocked. Because for fuck's sake, Bayonetta 2 runs at 720 docked. With 60 frames per second. My problem, my discredit with this game is something the Switch has always suffered with, and I feel it is one of the things that has been a big problem with the Switch from the beginning, and I do not feel like Reggie will disagree with me, and he is the biggest Nintendo head I know. The Switch has suffered from being able to get day-and-date games. You've always been treated like second-class citizens, and you've had to wait over a year and a half or more to get a version of a game.
Yeah. The thing is that it's a sad thing because I think that the third party support is much better on the Switch than in a lot of previous times. But you're right, it's not hitting us day and date. So it's like when it's why I like when certain games come out, like that's coming to the Switch. It's just not coming till about a year or two later.
Which it shouldn't be. Like there were certain games I totally get. Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal and Doom I do get. Because they had to work, because like the thing with Doom Eternal is, specifically Doom Eternal, is they pretty much had to break the game down and rebuild it damn near from ground up to make it run on the Switch to great standards. Because again, the fact that Doom Eternal runs on the Switch at all is a fucking miracle of technology. At 30 frames per second, it is a fucking miracle. But for something like Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, like you got, okay, I'm gonna find the numbers. Give me a second, because I'm gonna show this on stream. I wanna quickly look up something to kind of prove a point here. And this is gonna be really harsh, but it's the truth, and it just shows the lack of determination when it comes to these ports, and why as Switch players I feel like you should be feeling like second class citizens at this point. Right, so Dragon Ball Z Kakarot came out on the 16th of August 2020. Doom Eternal came out, for fuck's sake, well done. Well fucking done. I gotta go to the official wiki because for some reason it's showing that. The initial release date for Doom Eternal was March 20th, 2020. You got Doom Eternal, a more graphically intensive, high-octane game before you got Dragon Ball Z Kakarot.
Yep.
That's my point. And not just that, you're getting one of the DLCs before you even get this fucking game.
And so, like, I don't get it. I wonder if it's, I imagine like everything else, that what's happening behind the scenes that's making this happen. Like, why was id so gung ho on getting it to the Switch where Bandai Namco wasn't? Or was it a Nintendo thing? Was Nintendo like, we sure like
No,
you,
Nido,
like, we don't
Nido.
really
Okay,
care
I'm
about
sorry.
Dragon Ball?
No, sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I've got to kind of rip Nido a new one because he's trying to fucking poison the well here. My solution is not no ports. My point is making ports day and date. My point is for these developers to get their thumbs up from up their asses and actually treat the Switch with respect. Don't poison the fucking well and put words in my mouth. I never said don't release games on Switch. I'm saying treat the Switch with respect. Anyway, so yeah, that's that. Given the time, given the date, given what you're getting, I don't think it's harsh saying that that's a re-release. Here's the other new game, Mario Golf. I'm actually oh shit. I'm actually looking forward to Mario Golf.
Can't wait. Mario Sports series have always been fun.
Here's the problem
golf
with this.
has been great. Tennis was great.
Here's the problem with this though. They already fucking showed this.
Yeah, we've already seen golf. Including that little detail thing. They did it earlier in the year.
They pretty much this is pretty much except with new golf courses. This was pretty much a one-to-one of the last Nintendo Direct when they actually showed it.
I think the only thing they added, I don't remember them saying free updates and characters.
No, that one's new. That one is new. Yeah. But that could have been a passing mention. Like, that could have been one of those splash screens. Remember Mario Golf? It's getting, when it releases, it will be getting free updates. Like, you did not need to, and I think the showcase for this on the last Nintendo Direct was longer than this one.
I don't remember.
Right, another new release. Monster Hunter Stories 2. I ain't gonna lie, I'm actually pretty fucking psyched for this.
Looks amazing. Looks amazing. Monster Hunter continues to kind of dominate
The Switch.
everything it needs. Yeah, so it's like it Rise is doing great. World already did fantastic.
Oh yeah.
Stories 2 looks like a blast.
Here's the thing, I got a question. So, when you saw this, take out the fact that it is clearly, it's anime. Okay, because that's besides the point. But aesthetically and in ways graphically, especially with the light cell shading, tell me that this does not look like they took inspiration from Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is this just the thing now? Like, is that kind of like now the default of like, oh, we've got a big game coming out, but we can't push it graphically. So let's use this kind of pseudo cell shaded like look to kind of bypass having like Monster Hunter World like graphics, so to speak, but we can still put in a massive game.
100%. Largely for two things. If we're just speaking Monster Hunter, like World looks fantastic. And the monsters look great. Now, granted, they don't look that great compared to, let's say, Bloodborne. Or not Bloodborne, the new Demon Souls. But they look really good. But a large part of it is, though, the Monster Hunter, you spend most of your time you and monsters.
Yeah, and in this one, it's you and monsters fighting monsters.
Well, but there's also like in every Monster Hunter has stories, and so like there's the various captains of the different areas of which like are there. But you don't spend a lot of time with them. They show up occasionally, and then you go back off to do your own thing. This one seems to be spending a lot more time with other people.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just look at my stream. This in a vacuum. This scene I have in a vacuum. If I was to show this to a random motherfucker and say this is the new Breath of the Wild, you can't lie. You wouldn't be able to fucking tell.
Yeah.
Like just
that showed up at the treehouse.
Just in a vacuum. That shot I found right there. Real quick question: if Sony skips E3 again, I don't know if they've got any events coming up. Do you know about that, Zero? Do they?
I don't. I was curious, like, what, I know they're not going to be at E3, but like, I'm assuming they're going to do their own things. Like, what do they have? And this isn't the bash on Sony or anything, but like, really, like, what do you have?
Yeah.
What can I? If I'm a sort of extreme PlayStation person, I've finished Returnal, I have finished Demon Souls, I have finished Ratchet and Clank. What's my next thing to play?
Yeah. By the way, just to avoid people like hating on me, I am not bashing Breath of the Wild's visuals because I find that game fucking beautiful, and I'm not ragging on that visuals. I do find them beautiful. I'm just speculating that maybe that's a art style that they go to make it pop without having to have massive graphical fidelity and to add a big giant world to it. Side note, have you seen the Citrus emulation of Breath of the Wild, where I think they removed a lot of the bloom and kind of sharpened the image? Have you seen that? Dude, that game okay, again, no disrespect to the Switch, but fuck me, does that game look amazing on a PC emulation.
Right.
But please continue.
I was saying, particularly for Monster Hunter Stories, what it does, this art style allows for the monsters to have a bit more character. The monsters in Monster Hunter have always been like, they're characters in and of themselves, and so you fight a Rathalos and you know that like it spends a lot of time in the sky. You fight a Tigrex and you know that thing is just like insane from start to finish. Denarakuga is supposed to be this sort of like Batman shadowy type thing. Zinganor is like a lightning beast. All of these things have their very unique personalities and how they play, how they operate, and like you can see it come through in games like World, but in Stories, there's a part in Stories, the trailer where it's a fire monster named Teostra. He's an elder dragon. He has a super ultimate attack where he lifts up in the air and just shoots a beam and explodes everything. And if you're in the way in world, you pretty much die instantly unless you like gear yourself up for it.
KO.
Yeah, it's almost an instant KO. Or there's a scene. The Kushala is basically like controls storms and ice. And in the trailer, it just lifts and these 4 like 5 just hurricanes surround it. And that's how we view the monsters, and that's how people tend to view them, like in-game story type of thing, where like they're their own things and they really react and have these very interesting personalities. You know, the Rajang is just like the Super Saiyan ape. That's his entire thing. And when he gets pissed off, he goes gold, his hair stands on end, and he shoots beams at you.
So he's basically me when I go after Omar.
Yeah, so it's just like it's really, what I like about it is that it's giving the monsters like so much more character than you don't get in World, because again, World is just like you killing these things. There's definitely a story there, but it's mostly still you just killing these things. Whereas Stories is like, this is how I always imagined you know, a Tigrex to look. It's just kind of this really hyper amped up tiger looking thing, and it's just like, what is up with you? And it's like it never stops moving, and it's constantly moving, and then it'll stop to like take a breather because it tired itself out, and then go right back into moving again, and it's like a non-stop process. So I really enjoy like that level of it, because you're right, it's just a sort of pseudo anime style. And you know, animation always lends itself to giving a bit more character to anything you have into the game. And since monsters are such a key part of Monster Hunter, allowing them to have more character is something I really enjoy.
Yeah. Alright, next is WarioWare. Moving on.
I say, huge fan. Absolutely love WarioWare. The game of mini games is a blast. I recommend it to anyone.
The one thing I do hear from WarioWare is it is chock full of personality. My thing is well, for me mainly, this is something that I don't see myself playing this outside of certain situations. One being I'm on the shitter. 2, I am out and I accidentally forgot to pick up Fire Emblem Three Houses or Breath of the Wild. Or my friend is around and I really want to distract him while I'm doing something, so here's WarioWare.
And the third one is like the key option here. It's a game to play with friends. Because they're quick bite-sized chunks of things to do. But it's really funny, and there is a arcade game called not Doki Doki.
I was about to say
Bishibashi Special. Bishibashi Special is an arcade game which is a collection of mini games that are all silly. And it's just the arcade machine itself, I think, is just 2 buttons. There's a red button and a blue button. And each game is just designed however you do these buttons in order to make them work. It is an absolute blast.
No,
you get 4 people together.
Well, no, it's not 4 people. This is only 2 player.
Well, this was only 2 players, yeah. But you know, you get people together.
I would say that's the thing that kind of. I would say that's the kind of thing that does actually kill me. Is like this does seem like it's only 2 player. Now, if this said that it was like a 4-person co-op, then I'm not gonna lie, I would actually have more interest in this, because then at least for something that I do, I could turn around and say, oh, it's WarioWare, it's 4-person. Do you know what? I'm gonna add this to I'm gonna make this a party game, or I'm gonna add this to a list of party games I could play. Like, you know what? Perfect example. Monday, we played 2 hours of Among Us. You know what? Let's move on to WarioWare for the next 2 hours.
I agree. Again, I bring up the game Bishibashi. It's to take elements from that. Whereas right now it looks like it's 2-player co-op.
Yeah.
And it really should be 2-player versus.
Or 4-person co-op.
I would take co-op away and do versus, because like co-op's fun, or like maybe you can have both, but like I would primarily focus on versus because if a mini game is take the underarm hairs off of a statue, then the whole goal is who can just do it first. Like cooperative, it's fun, but like it's much more fun to do it faster than my other friends.
Yes,
I think that is a missed opportunity.
That is something I wish to brag about. Hey, do you know I could shave the armpits off of a statue faster than my friends?
Yeah, by at least 3 seconds. 3 seconds faster.
But yeah, I feel like this is this game feels like it's a glass half full for me. Like I'm sure somebody will want that half glass because they might be really thirsty, but for me, I'd rather have the full glass, and I feel definitely more people playing this would have been better.
Agree with that. More people playing definitely would be better.
Right. So after WarioWare Get It Together, again, that I already added that to the new releases. Shin Megami, the other big one. This is their big get for me, because first of all, I'm still holding out hope this will come out on fucking PC. I still am, right? But Shin Megami Tensei 5. This is a big get for me because, like, though the Persona series is, I would say this. Maybe, I don't know how, because we'd need Kofi for this one because he is the more Japanese centric guy and obviously has his finger on the pulse on this kind of stuff more than me and you. But when I'm hearing about the Shin Megami Tensei series, I hear more about Persona. So, like, by virtue of that, it feels like the Persona series is now bigger than the Shin Megami Tensei series. You know what I mean? But
I would argue that it is. I would say it definitely is.
But the fact that this is going to be Switch exclusive is definitely a big get for Nintendo.
Yeah.
Like, it's... Because I don't... Give me a second, because I do want to quickly check this for my own prosperity, because, again, I will fully admit, full transparency, I only just got into the Shin Megami Tensei Persona series this year. So I'm not more versed. So yeah, okay, so it seems like the Shin Megami Tensei series is a Nintendo staple. Like,
it's old. It's old Nintendo. Yeah.
Like, because here's what I'm trying to get at. Like, the Shin Megami Tensei series seems to be like all over the place, because 3 was originally only on the PlayStation 2, but then obviously just got re-released all over the place. 4 was only on the 3DS. But now 5 is only going to be on Switch. But with Sega's recent thing of, like, you know, putting their game, seemingly saying that they want to put their games on multi-platforms, I then question: is this an timed exclusive, or is this going to be straight on Nintendo for the rest of existence?
You know, it's hard to say. Atlas is their developer.
Yeah.
And who kind of goes where they please. You know, the Trial series is on PlayStation, but it's also on Switch. They've got a bunch of stuff that's out there. Their Persona is kind of everywhere, right? Like that's everywhere.
No, no, it's not. Persona is predominantly PlayStation.
Isn't there Persona on Switch, or is there no Persona?
No, there's no Personas on Switch. It's been PlayStation pretty much near its whole existence.
So it looks like just Persona which leads me to believe, to answer your question, it doesn't feel like Shin Megami will not come to PlayStation at some point.
Well, I'd prefer it on PC because, like I said, there was that memo that came out saying that, Strikers is on Switch. My apologies, Strikers is also on PC. But Strikers kind of falls into a weird category of it's not developed predominantly by Atlas. It was Omega Force that did it. But still, I get your point. My thing is like, it's just, Sega recently came out and said they even said this to Atlas, they want the games coming out on more multi-platform. So,
Yeah.
because we don't know, obviously this game has been in development for a long time, for a while now, obviously. But I just want to know where this lands, because if it's going to be coming out on Switch only, because, again, this is more of a personal thing. I've been burned so many fucking times by timed exclusives at this point that I am just so jaded at this point.
Right.
I'm just jaded. Like I'm not buying a PlayStation 5 for this exact fucking reason.
Right.
And like I just want to know, do you have plans to bring this to PC? Because like I will happily give these developers my money. I just want them to tell me it's coming to PC.
Yeah, or maybe the Switch is sort of their proving ground, because you're right. Persona is kind of the big dog in that Atlas race currently, right? Like everybody knows Persona. The Joker's even in Smash, so like people know Persona. Shin Megami has been, even though Shin Megami is sort of the precursor to Persona.
Yeah, because Persona is a spin-off of it.
Yeah, it's like, okay, let's just see where we are. So two things can happen, right? Persona can be the PlayStation one. It can be the face, right? And then Shin Megami can sit over it and Switch, and we can just play Shin Megami. And like it might not ever rise. It doesn't. There are 5 of them. It certainly hasn't risen to the same height that Persona has.
It seems like this might actually. So I wouldn't be surprised, and I'd find it kind of poetic if Shin Megami Tensei 5 does for Shin Megami Tensei what Persona 5 did for Persona.
Looking at everything, it appealed to like every kind of like itch that I had when it comes to gaming. There's like what is clearly, Digimon got it from Shin Megami, but the most recent game I've played like that is Digimon Cyber Sleuth, where like I will probably spend hours breeding monsters. Before I do anything else, I will spend hours fusing, capturing, finding, and breeding monsters. And I will be obsessed with that.
What I feel like, what I feel like would be smart, though it would be the biggest pain in the ass for me, is like going back to your comment about Persona being on PlayStation, though, and Shin Megami Tensei being on the Switch. It would be cool if that's where this franchise is stayed from now on.
I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
At least I would know where I need to put my hat to play these games.
Yeah.
I prefer them to come out on the PC, but just knowing where they're going would help. Or where they're staying.
Yeah. I think that's perfect, because like now you have a sense of like, all right, Persona is the PlayStation series. Shin Megami is the Switch series. Hopefully they'll come out for PC. Or at least, Persona came out for PC, right? So you can feel kind of comfortable saying like
one game
at
did.
least Persona. Oh, one game.
Yeah, that was Strikers, the oddball.
That was okay. So that's hard to say yet.
But again, the weird thing that kind of muddies all of this is Nocturne, because that got released on PC, Switch, and PlayStation.
Yeah. So now, yeah, it's a tough place. Yeah, I wouldn't mind, because I wouldn't mind if Switch person, I'm perfectly fine if Shin Megami is the sort of Switch exclusive. The legacy of Shin Megami is felt like throughout the industry today. And I wonder if because its subject matter is just darker, and even though Persona has a darker subject matter, I think sometimes it's easier when you've got like kids kind of face forward, and it's like, all right, well, these kind of kids, it's still very dark and has a lot of stuff going on with it. But you look at Undertale, which like almost basically lifted the entire sort of fighting system of Shin Megami, where like you don't actually have to fight anybody. So long as you can convince them to come on your team, you can just go through that way.
Yeah, because like looking back on it, just to say back to Roxas, like that's the thing. Shin Megami Tensei has been on Nintendo, but it's also been on PlayStation since the first game.
Yeah.
Like Shin Megami Tensei, like the first game was on the Super Famicom Turbo, the Super Famicom, the Turbo CD, the Mega CD, the PlayStation, the Game Boy, the Wii U, PlayStation 3, the Vita. Like it's been around more than your local fucking hooker at this point.
Yeah, it's
Two,
been here forever.
two is the same thing. Like, Shin Megami Tensei has been multi-platform for until 3, which was only on PlayStation. Then 4 came out on the 3DS, and then 5 is coming out on the Switch.
So it's following a lot of the same trend that Monster Hunter did. Because Monster Hunter was initially a PlayStation game, 1 and 2. Then it went to the PSP/Vita. Then it jumped over to the 3DS. Then it jumped over to the Wii, and the only place you play Monster Hunter 4 was the Wii. Then it came back to the PlayStation. Like it seems like a series that doesn't necessarily have a home. There just doesn't seem to be a rhyme or reason as to why they pick certain places.
Yeah, I mean they did say exclusive, but at this point, again, jaded as I am, I can't believe anybody when they say exclusive, because it could either mean a timed exclusive or console exclusive at this point.
We are in the era where I think we're close to an era similar to what like the PlayStation 2 Xbox era was. Like initially, Grand Theft Auto was a PlayStation exclusive, but like only for a matter of time.
Yeah.
There are a lot of games I think that when they say, it's an Xbox, Sony, Nintendo exclusive, it's like only for a matter of time, right? Like eventually these things will be coming. And like I won't throw the PC thing in there just because that riles people up.
That hurts me.
But like if you want to count PC, like then
PC is Sweden. Again, I will die on this hill. The PC platform is Sweden. We're neutral. We just want to play games. We will.
So like
I think that's one thing. Just going on a small tangent because we're talking about Shin Megami Tensei still, but I feel like developers need to realize PC gamers will buy your games. You just need to release them, and they just need to have at least some respect given to the PC platform. Like, don't release a bare bones, bog ass, pissant port.
Yeah, just release a good port and they'll buy it.
Exactly.
And that's literally all they're asking. So Mario's like never going anywhere.
No.
Kratos is never going in there. The Chief is never going anywhere. But those aren't a lot of games compared to the majority of games where like, people swore up and down that Days Gone and Horizon would never come to PC. Well, here we are now, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like the industry is going to move forward in a way that's always a little bit different. And you can be mad at PlayStation all you want, but like it's just more money.
Oh yeah, it's a lot more money.
It's just more money. And I always, it's always funny because, as a Nintendo guy, people will always say what Nintendo should be doing, and that's fine. And the excuse is always, well, they would make more money. But when it comes time to release Days Gone on PC, now it's like, oh, don't do that, Sony. Even though the same argument is they would make more money.
Well, I mean, you say that, and they're planning on fucking bringing Uncharted 4 to PC as well from recent rumors.
Yeah, and you know why? Because it would
make more money.
Uncharted's old, and like to be fair, I haven't finished Uncharted 4. That's the last one on my list right now.
Again, sorry, just something Michael said, which is absolutely true. 5. He just said that 5 would be his first crack at the Shin Megami Tensei series. There's a bit of irony because I feel like 5 will be my first crack at the Shin Megami Tensei series. Which is ironic because Persona 5 was my first crack at the Persona series. What is it with
3 was my first time back on the PlayStation. Was that 3 on the 2? Or I think Shin Megami 3 was on PlayStation 2.
Yeah, it was. It was Nocturne.
So that was my first time. And I will definitely be getting 5. Like I said, I will be lost in that game.
Yeah,
I can already see it.
Roxas also said no one thought Kingdom Hearts would come to Xbox or PC.
Yep, they just knew that was like Sony's big banger.
Again, I feel like that's the biggest problem. We're living in uncertain times now.
Exactly, but sometimes you can kind of tell a level of certainty, right? Like, yes, Square made this game, but there is no universe in which Disney is not thinking about, well, how can we get this everywhere? And they eventually got it where they wanted it to be. But like, if you think for 1 second that Disney from day one probably wasn't thinking like, well, how can we get it everywhere? Well, we can't. PlayStation the biggest one. All right, let them have it for a couple while. What Xbox is doing pretty well now. All right, well, let's figure out a way to get it over there. They don't leave money on the table.
All right,
They take every piece.
We gotta move. We gotta quickly move on because the next one is this next one falls into a really fucking strange category because it is a re-release slash new release, and that is the Danganronpa series because they're re-releasing the first three in Danganronpa Decadence. They're re-releasing Danganronpa 1, 2, and 3 on the Switch, so I'm gonna count that as a re-release, but it also falls into a new release because Danganronpa S, which I could have sworn that already existed, but apparently it's a new game, is also releasing with this collection.
That's released as well. I thought this collection was all new. I mean, all old, like remakes.
Yeah, you not remakes, they're re-releases.
Oh, you know.
They're not even. No, I'm not even gonna lie. They're not even remasters. I couldn't even put this down to remasters.
Yeah.
But no, apparently Danganronpa S does not exist. This is a new game. But I could.
Oh, is that the weird tactics one?
I'm not too sure. Danganronpa's S Ultimate Summer Camp.
I think that they mentioned that there was one that was like this kind of tactics one. That I don't know anything about. I got nothing. However, I recommend if anyone has not played Danganronpa, it's fantastic.
My plan is, and people have asked me to let's play it. I've turned around and said that would not happen unless two things happened. I could get a bunch of people with me, a bunch of alcohol, and we just get absolutely shit-faced while playing it, and do voices. Like we all do a voice each.
Yeah, it is a visual novel that benefits from like people like leaning into it and like having fun with it because it's ridiculous.
All right, so I'm gonna.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm gonna half and half this. I'm gonna add this as a new release and a new release. So I'm putting one in each category. Because if I really wanted to be anal to fucking Nintendo right now, Super Monkey Ball I could have added as like 9 remasters. But no, I'm counting it all as one. So I'm gonna fucking give myself the ability to fucking. I'm gonna give myself the ability to put one in the fucking re-release and one in the new, right?
Right.
Because again, if I wanted to be anal, I would. Okay, now here's a straight up fucking re-release. Here's another one. Fatal Frame Maiden of the Black Water, which is a re-release of a Wii game.
I didn't even know it was a Wii game.
Yeah, it's a Wii U game.
Yeah,
Okay,
I did not realize.
Well, no, nobody knows because no one bought a Wii U.
Yeah, all like 12 of us who bought the Wii U. But yeah, because I was just thinking about the Fatal Frame series the other day. Like, where's that been? And apparently on the Wii U.
Yep.
Who knew?
Well, apparently nobody, because you thought that this was a brand new game.
Yeah, I think there's and they probably won't do it, but it feels like there's you could do some cool functionality with the Switch, and where like the Switch itself becomes your camera.
Well, that's what they did with the Wii U. The pad was your camera.
Yeah, the pad would be your camera. So maybe they will do it with the Switch. Because like that's a cool functionality for a game, mostly tied around using a camera.
But Fatal Frame was a smash assist, apparently.
Yes, it was.
Hold on. Yeah, to address what Nido's saying, because Nido's being more of a fucking Nintendo apologist than you at this point, which is shocking.
I mean, I'm not. I haven't said anything bad. I mean, again, when we get to the end, I'll give my full thoughts.
Yeah, I'll give my full thoughts. All right. But no, like, here's the thing. I do kind of get it. See, this is what he says. See, this is a good thing. Wii U had 10% of the Switch's sales. The game's basically isn't a re-release, but it is. That is a weak sauce argument. It is a re-release.
I do like where he's coming from, though. I like the idea of like considering the Wii, like completely ignoring that the Wii U ever existed.
Like you and him are trying to fucking make it out like it didn't exist.
Like it just like what was that? Like you know how in Marvel movies where like the Hulk and you can tell they don't know what to do with him. And so, like, they kind of casually mention that maybe those other Hulk movies happened.
Oh no,
but,
no,
like,
they
never really get into it.
No, they did. No, okay. You can't use that argument because the Incredible Hulk, the Edward Norton movie, is officially canon.
It's officially, however, they don't lean into anything about the Hulk. In the running Marvel series, they don't mention. He mentions one thing about like the last time I went to Brooklyn, like I almost broke it, and that's it. No Betty, no General Ross, no anything. It is if it never really happened.
But then you also have to. Then you also have to try and forget that Robert Downey Jr. was in that movie as well.
He was, and you know, again, never really happened.
Again, you can again. Here's the thing. To the casual audience, to the casuals, the people, they will forget that it existed, okay? But us historians, us people who have a memory longer than 10 fucking seconds, will remember this game already released. There is physical versions of this game out there, so they are re-releasing it.
Hey man, history is written by the winners. All we need is just a bunch of people to like collectively understand the Wii U never happened.
No, you know, do you want to know the worst thing is? You can't do that because of Iwata. You do that, you tarnish that man's legacy.
Hey, you don't tarnish it. His legacy is established. All right, like Iwata is a god king amongst video game industry.
Okay.
Everybody kind of for example, Gunpei Yokoi did the Virtual Boy.
Oh yeah, yes, we know, and he, but he wasn't fully. Would you actually know the full story behind that? Because
yes.
Gunpei Yokoi got fucked. Gunpei Yokoi got fucked over with that.
Yeah.
Because just so everybody knows,
he believed in it so much too. It sucks because he believed in it so much.
Yeah, but
and it just wasn't there.
Well, no, it's not even technically that it wasn't there. Half of the resources got fucking taken away from him and then allocated to the N64.
Oh no, that's what I mean. Like they just said, you can do it. We're not gonna really help you with it, but you can do it. And he was like, "I'll do my best." And like he did it. He did the best he could with what he was given.
Okay, now moving on to going on to re-releases or what could be considered a re-release, but again goes to what I've been saying about Nintendo needs to get that fucking respect. They need people to respect their authority when it comes to day and date releases. Is the new DLC is the Ancient Gods Part 1 for Doom Eternal for the Switch. Which again, the fact that this fucking thing runs on the Switch is a goddamn miracle of technology. Hats off to id. What I am disappointed in, and I feel would have been better, is if they didn't announce this, and they announced that Part 1 and Part 2 were coming out at the same time, and just release it as the Ancient Gods. Like,
my only thought by that is trying to think. I think it's incredibly rare for someone to just own a Switch. But because of that, while I'm happy that Doom has come to the Switch, I have it for my PlayStation. I probably won't be going back and playing it on the Switch.
Oh, do you want to know something funny? There's somebody in my chat who double dipped on this and got it on the Switch as well.
And I imagine there has to be, and like you just play it on the Switch. And part of the thing is, if I want to play Doom again, now I can play it on the go.
Yeah, it would help. It would help, and again, and we've talked about this before, and I feel like Doom Eternal is one of those that kind of lends to my argument of Nintendo needs to open up to cross progression.
Oh yeah, they do. Well, but everyone should.
That
should be a dead
thing.
thing.
Nintendo needs to do it more than anybody else, because I've turned around and said Nintendo, because because Pharaoh and Jubei love bringing up the fact that once the app comes out for xCloud, it's gonna dominate.
Right.
Nintendo could. I'm not convinced because they're completely discounting the Switch, and what Nintendo needs to do is they need to open up cross progression. So, because especially for games that have multiplayer, like for Apex Legends, for Doom Eternal, because they have cross progression. Sorry, not cross progression, but they have progression systems in those games. Okay, I would rather take a Switch on the go with me with Doom Eternal, and have, because I've got it on PC. I would get it on Switch as well if they said the progress you make on your online capabilities on the Switch, on the PC, count for your online progression on the Switch as well. So I could take my Switch out with me on the go, play it saves my goddamn progression, and then I'm able to play it on PC. Because then I don't need to worry about an internet connection if I'm, same goes with single player games. They need to be the handheld extension for gaming in general.
I agree. I mean, that would be great. That'd be absolutely, it's just, you carry it anywhere, and your games are following you.
Exactly. And the biggest example I ever brought up, and it's even though it's still Clay Witcher, no, it's the Witcher Clay, not the Witcher 3, but an example. I'm playing the Witcher 3 on my PC. Okay? I connect my Switch to my PC. I can download my save file from my PC to my Switch. I then take my Switch and go out with The Witcher 3 into the wild. I play it. I'm playing from the progression I'm playing from the point I was on my PC. I come home. I'm further ahead. I can then download that save file from my Switch to my PC and continue from where I was to the point where I was on the Switch, thus eliminating the need for an internet connection. And it would fully establish Nintendo as the only handheld you will ever fucking need. Cloud gaming on the go would literally die on arrival.
And I've never been fully convinced. Xbox is doing good, but I think sometimes people miss how people use stuff. The Switches, and to that matter, the 3DS, Game Boy, everything. They have been strengthened in places where you aren't necessarily sitting down stable at. If I'm sitting in the car for a long time, if I'm I took my Switch to work when I was going into the office, and if there was just downtime, I'm playing my Switch. I can't plug in my Xbox dongle and do that at my job. You just can't do that. It took forever for Netflix and Hulu and stuff to show up on hotel TVs. So that's a challenge in and of itself. But I could still whip out that Switch, sit in a hotel room, wait for a couple of hours if I got to do something, play it, sit it down, be on my way. And you're right, having that availability to just sort of take my data with me as I go, because that's gaming on the go.
Yeah.
Anywhere I'm at. And for the Eastern audience, they spend a lot of time commuting.
And they don't, and I guarantee you, they ain't got Wi-Fi connections on all them trains.
Yeah, and even if it is, it's not like you can plug an Xbox in anything.
No.
I'm still going to be playing my Switch.
There's nothing. That is the illusion. That is the great illusion of cloud gaming. Is Elon Musk is trying to do it with the satellites in space. You get internet anywhere, but that is the grand illusion of PC of cloud gaming. And it's not shitting on Xbox, but it seems to be the grand illusion that all these streaming services are trying to say gaming on the go. But they're missing the fine print at the bottom that says, so long as there's a Wi-Fi connection.
Yeah, and again, all you have to do is look at Netflix and things to figure it out, right? People still tend to be in their spaces when they do this stuff. Especially if all of conversation for a lot of these gamers are no ray tracing, or you got to get a TV. Where do you think you're going where your $2,000 TV is going to be equal anywhere else. It ain't gonna be at a hotel. I can say that right now.
No, they're still using box
Probably won't be.
TVs.
Yeah, probably won't be at your friend's house because like they aren't interested in spending all that money on the TV. So like, where are you going if if this stuff is so important? If it's not that important, which I think is part of the lie, is like it's really not that important, but you want to claim it is. But part of Xbox on the go means like you're going to be playing on lower fidelity screens.
I'll be right back. Give me a second, because like I just also want to bring this up as well, and it's another thing that kind of brings this whole point to a close for me. See, because the thing is with the Switch as well is even if you go to a hotel, like let me I just want to kind of show this. And yes, this is third party, so take it with a grain of salt. But I feel it only helps Nintendo in their case, and my case as well, for them opening up that idea of being able to download game files from other platforms to continue your progress on the go. Is if you do go to a hotel, the Switch and its peripherals are so easily portable. You could play it docked at a hotel room. Because look,
taking my Switch to hotels.
No. For example, do you guys see this? Do you guys see this in my hand right now? This is a Switch dock. I could fit this a USB power cable and a HDMI cable in a small little fucking bag with this, and I could play docked Switch games in a hotel room.
That's all you need. That's all you need right there.
So it goes, and believe me, and again, it only strengthens my argument that the Switch needs to open up these kinds of capabilities to download game files, because then they really would be like the most dominant. And again, this is third party again, I'll say that, but it would just open up their possibility of like being that on the go powerhouse that they should be. Honestly,
yeah,
it would kill. Again, it would kill, in my opinion, in many regards, unless you're an absolute fucking graphics hawk. Because like, here's the thing, on your phone, and I agree with what you said, on your phone, you're not gonna notice that fucking ray tracing at all. 60 frames per second, definitely, but you ain't gonna notice that fucking ray tracing or any of that bullshit. But yes, back to Doom Eternal. I'm glad that they're finally getting the DLC, but I still say they should have waited and done both DLCs at the same time.
Yeah.
Alright, sorry. Continuing on, god damn it. Would you count this as another re-release given how long you've been waiting with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2? Or you know what? I'll count this in the remasters. I will.
Yeah, it's a remaster, because technically it was. Yeah, it's
a remaster of two games, but it's being finally released on the Switch. Tony Hawk.
It's been updated and it does well. And yes, Tony Hawk for Smash, please.
Yes.
That'd be see, that's the type of crazy character I would love in Smash.
He comes in and smashes him off the head with his skateboard.
And I feel like Tony Hawk would 100% be down to like, yeah, I'll be in Smash.
Fuck yeah. Right, Strange Brigade. Have you heard of this before?
Never heard of it. I was like, what is this game?
It looks like a third-person shooter dungeon crawler.
Yeah, it's giving me, what's that Lara Croft game? It's something of the light or Osiris.
Oh, Osiris of the Light. Yeah, Light of the Osiris.
Yeah.
Do you know what it kind of reminds me of? And it's not in a good way. God Mode.
God Mode.
You've never heard of it. You never want to. But give me a second. Let me. Oh, Strange Brigade's on Steam as well. Strange Brigade. Strange Brigade is already on Steam.
You know, I actually to your point earlier about like Nintendo on the go.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm sorry. We're talking. Okay, Tony Hawk. I will give you remaster. Some of these other games, I will give you new releases. This game's over 3 fucking years old. This is a fucking re-release.
It's just a re-release. Yeah, it's the same game, I imagine, just coming out again.
This is a fucking
Well, for the
re-release.
Switch for the first time.
This came out in August 28th, 2018.
Yeah. See, I think the Switch would be a good place. It can serve as a Steam machine. Because there are some like high quality games, but a lot of the games that's gotten a lot of play from Steam over the past few years can very easily move to Switch.
I think somebody already soft modded their Switch to do that, actually.
I mean, like, you know, and I think it eventually came, but like when Undertale, easy example, Doki Doki Literature Club. You know that's my jam.
Mm-hmm.
It's just now coming to all systems. That could have been on the Switch day and date. That could have been on the Switch day and date. And of course, you know, you got to develop for it, so I understand that. I don't know the back and forth, but Among Us, all these kind of low intense.
There's no
Steam
way
games.
it shouldn't have come out day and date. There's no way.
That's just like that's just easy, man. That's just easy.
And that's
like, just play it here on the Switch.
That's the point I'm trying to make earlier. Like, Nintendo does not get the fucking respect they deserve when it comes to that kind of shit.
Like that would be a killer thing for them. It's like, yeah, all these Steam games that everybody enjoys, they're on Nintendo too. Let's go play them.
All right. I already talked. I'm not gonna go over much on this because I already talked about it on my Ubisoft conference.
Have you played the old Rabbids?
I have not, but I want to. I actually did have great interest in it because it was a XCOM-like game. But I just money. It all comes down to to the cheddar.
It's a fantastic. I recommend it to everyone. Like, I was expecting something a little bit less than,
but you got more than.
Surprised me. Yeah, it surprised me how solid of a tactical game it is.
So yeah, I mean, I do have interest in. I want to play because I even said I want to play the other one before I play this. But it looks fun and quirky as hell. The sparks can die in an abyss though. They are fucking nightmare fuel.
They look like they're Lumas, right? They're rabbit Lumas.
Yeah, look at this abomination. Look at this fucking thing. I'd say that needs to die in a fire, but there's actually a fire variant of this fucker. They need to get thrown into the nearest black hole. It's Luma's DNA crossed with fucking rabbits.
And the problem is, if you're holding on the screen right there, the problem is, it's because it still has the rabbit eyelids. So it's this weird pale rabbit eyelid with the gold. Like, if it was gold, it'd still look weird, but I think it'd look less uncomfortable. I was like, why do your eyelids do that? Like, you look like googly-eyed. Also, that one looks awesome.
Look at that one there. No, that one needs to die in a fire as well, and I don't see no pink. Your point is moot, sir.
But that sword rabbit looks dope. I want to see who he is, what he's all about.
Oh, I was about to say it's fucking Cloud. Because when
I first saw it, I was like, so did they get permission to just use Cloud?
Fucking Buster Sword. Oh, and by the way, this is very Smash Brothers. This lineup. When, like, they're all just stood out like that. That's very fucking Smash Brothers.
I'm not convinced. That background is like looks almost exactly like the background from Smash. And I was like, did they just reuse that asset and put new characters in it?
Probably. More Avengers to me, but Smash did it first! So yeah, that definitely goes into the new game category. Okay, this is another remaster. It's the Advanced War Games. I won't lie, remaster or not, I will not lie, I am actually kind of interested in Advanced Wars 1 and 2.
I think it's going to scratch that itch that I think you had with Fire Emblem, without all the story drama part, but like it is the equivalent of like just one more turn.
I just need that one more turn.
Just was like, all right, I'm gonna stop. Like, hold on, but if I just move over, I can just take this building and then I'll be done. They're like, all right, cool. And then you take that building, it's like, when I took this building, I can probably take out these jets right across here. Then maybe I'll be done.
I do.
And like 2 hours later.
Yeah, it's fucking 2 hours. more like fucking 6 hours later for me.
Yeah.
I will turn around and say I do like the fact that they do not distinguish between if you have tanks and they have planes. No, you could still shoot them motherfuckers down with your tanks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still there's like all of these types of games. There's still the for lack of a better term, rock paper scissors mechanic of it. Like,
yeah, there
are certain things that are just stronger than the others, but that doesn't mean you're at a disadvantage if you play it right.
Yeah, that's like one thing I will. It was the one thing in some RTS games that did bug the fuck out of me at some points when I'm playing it, and I'm like, I have a tank. I should be able to shoot down these helicopters.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, an old Advance Wars is a 3DS game or DS game? I can't remember. It might be a DS game.
It's a Game Boy Advance game.
Oh man, yeah, GBA. Jeez. Oh wow.
Wait, was I right?
No, I think you might be right because Game Boy Advance Wars. I think it's a GBA game.
Give me a minute. I'm looking this up because I swear to God, if I called this without ever hearing this fucking series before, oh my God, I was right.
Yeah, it's a GBA game.
It's a fucking Game Boy Advance game.
It is from the era of Metroid Fusion, Diminish Cap. I think Pokemon Emerald came out at that time.
I've never played this series, and I called that it was a fucking GBA game.
And it's so good. It really is good.
No, it's a remaster because there's no way it ain't a re-release. This looks like it's a fucking. This looks like it. I swear to God, if this, I clearly no. Do you know what?
This is a remaster.
No,
this is a 100% remaster.
No. Nido's right. Nido's right. I'm sure in some people's eyes, this is what it really looked like on the Game Boy Advance. Fuck, I feel old when I turn around and say I was alive when fucking Super Metroid came out.
Yeah.
That came out, what, 1994, was it? I was 1 year old. And I grew up with that game, so fuck yes, I feel old. Nostalgia goggles are strong. Right, I think... Okay, we're on to the final fucking ones here. More DLC. Hyrule Warriors expansion.
So as a person who's not played Hyrule Warriors, what do you feel about, like, are you excited to have more Hyrule?
I am interested to see more Hyrule Warriors, yes.
Okay.
First of all, you can play as an actual fucking Guardian. That already tickled my taint. But my problem...
Actually, that was pretty cool. I saw that, yeah.
The Guardian nunchucks kind of gave me a pause, what the fuck moment. Like, seriously. Zelda riding Link's Stallion as well, his bike. That was kind of a cool moment. My problem is, and I stated this back when this first came out, or when the expansion pass first was announced, I will not be playing this expansion until all of it is fucking released.
Makes sense.
Because I did the same thing with Fire Emblem.
Yeah, makes sense.
And this is only wave 1. So
yeah, I was like, okay. So... Also, what an odd way to, like, name your expansion, like Wave 1. Like, what are the other ways?
No, wait, no, because I think they did that because Wave 1 will have the Pulse of the Ancients and then something else. And then there's going to be Wave 2 that's another thing, and then plus. Like, we're missing the plus. Pulse of the Ancients plus the next thing in Wave 1, if that makes sense. It's kind of like the Smash. Like, you've got the Smash, the fighter waves. Like,
they are called Fighter Wave Pack, aren't they?
Yes.
Or just Fighter Pack. Yeah.
Yeah, but
right. Okay.
So in this pack, you're gonna get 1. He's Wave 1, then Wave 2, Wave 3, Wave 4, and then the pack's done. I think that's what they're doing with the expansion, with as far as waves. But yeah, I mean, it's okay. It is okay. It was kind of annoying that it was really fucking annoying the fact that they turned around and mentioned this is the last thing we're gonna show. Because that's literally what they said before they showed the expansion, was this is the last thing we're going to be presenting. and then you showed that was some really bad fucking that was either really bad translation or somebody in the writing that script fucked up bad.
Yeah, that was silly.
So yeah, I mean it's okay, but because I mean look, yeah, there you go, wave 1. That's wave 1. Wave 2 is in November, which is new character variants, new added stages, stuff like that. Purchase bonus, Link costume, prototype, ancient gear, Link's weapon, prototype, ancient sword. Yeah, they showed that when they first. Because again, just pointing out, this is not the first time we've seen this either. Because they announced the expansion pass in the last Nintendo Direct, so this is a rehash. We're just getting more, but we are getting more details. But again, this is something that should have opened the show or been in the middle of the show. Okay, now to the I'm sorry, I don't know. You dare not fucking defend this because I will take your fucking knee. Oh no, we're not there yet. But we're at Skyward Sword HD. We already fucking knew this was happening. We've already seen everything that this game has to offer when they fucking released it. This is going in the remaster category as well, actually. So give me a second. So there you go. No, I still have no fucking interest, and I probably will never get this. And if I do get this, it won't be until I get to this point in the because I'm planning on playing all the Legend of Zelda games in order. So you can imagine how long it's going to be until I actually get to this fucking game.
Like all of them, or like mainline ones?
Oh, they're all mainline, but I would say maybe consoles, maybe the console releases.
I would say like the 3DO versions, those terrible.
Fuck off! They're non-canon. They're non-canon.
I'm just saying.
Wait. This one counts because it was Wii release, not Wii U. I don't get your point, but it's still a remaster. So yeah, I genuinely don't have interest in getting this. Rez, please look at the screen and explain this to me.
Which one?
Just look. Just explain this to me.
Oh wait, wait. Am I looking at Zelda or yeah?
What are you seeing on screen right now?
I just see Link with his hands above.
Okay, then
Zelda form.
Try and skip forward.
Yeah. Okay.
Now you see it. Because what I'm gonna do, like, so I've got all these numbers. I have all the numbers of all the new releases, all the remasters, re-releases, DLCs right now. For this, I'm gonna go for the biggest text that I possibly can on Word Doc. I'm gonna go bold. I'm gonna go underlined, and I'm even gonna go PlayStation 4. Sorry, I mean italic, where it's the sideways, and I'm gonna put a big giant fucking L right there. This was. Explain this to me.
So, years ago, Nintendo started off as a sort of playing card company.
I didn't mean give me a history lesson, motherfucker, you smart ass bastard. You smart ass motherfucker.
So this is, and like, I mentioned it earlier, and I think that people forget, and I understand, because like they're a video game company, but Nintendo really also doubles as a toy company. I think it is baked into their culture. It has clearly been like a part of their like goings on for quite a long time. You know, it's why amiibos exist. Like no other company is doing these things.
Actually, no, that's a lie. Skylanders did.
Oh, excuse me. Of the big three, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Because Disney Infinity did it too. You know, they don't put out things like Mario Kart, the World Tour thing. That's just a little race car. They don't do the Labo, which is like kid-friendly sort of VR system.
Cardboard.
Yeah. You know, they don't do those things because they're software companies. Or, you know, tech conglomerates, however you will, or media companies. Nintendo still has its background as toy makers. Like, you know, in making playing cards, making things that to a wider audience. Now, admittedly, the Game and Watch is for a very niche audience. But I was talking to Jubei and Pharaoh about it last night. How they approach, and I think it goes into their philosophy on like re-releasing games, like what they did with the Mario 64, with the Mario thing for 35th anniversary. Here is this special rare thing that won't be around for long, and then that's it. In the same way that you would do a toy. Whereas if I wanted this set of like Ninja Turtle collectible toys, I can only get them. And like we're only gonna sell them here, and we're only gonna sell them for like X amount of time, and then we will continue to sell Ninja Turtle toys, but these very specific ones, no, they're done now.
Okay.
And that's just it. My thought process behind this Game and Watch is, one, I agree with you. It is a disappointment that this is what's happening for Zelda's 35th anniversary. One of the biggest franchises on the planet, as well as, you know, one of the greatest sort of open world games. Zelda, it's Zelda, man. Like, it should do this thing. But they decided to put on the Game and Watch, which I really think they don't understand. A lot of people don't know what Game and Watch is.
Nope.
They know him as the character from Smash.
Yep.
They don't know that, like, he's not a character. He's like Mr. Game and Watch because he is like part of the system itself, not like something separate and above it. Two, and I can't tell from his hand, but that looks really, really small.
That's fucking tiny. I'm gonna fucking tell you right now. That's about the size of an actual Game and Watch.
Yeah. It probably is the exact size of a Game.
That will fit. That right here. I probably will say, aside from his fingernails, which are fucking huge, it will probably fit. It will be smaller than my hand. From palm to fingers, it will be smaller than my hand. It will be smaller. Or should I say, as far as lengthwise, it will be smaller than my fucking phone.
Right.
Which means that that screen is fucking minuscule.
Which leads me to believe this is not for. This is not meant. It's a novelty item.
No, it's a novelty item. Here's the thing. Okay, sorry, I've let you talk. Now I'm brimming with complaints. Here's the thing. It is a novelty, but it also is a tone-deaf novelty based around Legend of Zelda falling on what is Legend of Zelda's 35th anniversary. So unless they are completely fucking ignorant and completely inept, they knew what they were doing and they are releasing this for the 35th anniversary. Because, and I will bring this up because I want to, because they even say it, and I'll let people hear it. Give me a second.
For future.
1 second.
Next up.
Give me a second. I know he mentions it, that they have nothing else planned for Legend of Zelda's 35th.
He mentioned it.
Hello there. I'm Eiji Aonuma, producer of the Legend of Zelda series. What you've just seen is a trailer for the first wave of DLC for the... It will follow Link and his ally Zelda Breath of the Wild. I hope you'll look forward to it. I have a few more things to share with you all today.
Right, okay, but yeah, so you guys are clarifying he did say it. They publicly acknowledge they have nothing else for the 35th anniversary. Meaning that this Game & Watch was all they thought up and all they have for the 35th anniversary. This is a novelty for the 35th anniversary of their biggest franchise.
Second biggest franchise.
Second biggest, sorry. My apologies. But yeah, this was intentional and calculated. It is no longer a novelty then. Like, this is not... This the idea of it becoming a novelty then is right out the window when this is all you have solely for the 35th anniversary of your second biggest franchise. A novelty is something you put out, a small thing you put out during a plethora of things for an anniversary. Like the novel, like it would be the equivalent of having like a big giant ball for your anniversary, and the novelty would be the fucking drink coaster that has like your name, your wife's name, and then the anniversary or the year of your anniversary. That would be the novelty. This is the sole fucking focal point of the 35th anniversary of Legend of Zelda. That means that it is no longer a novelty.
Disagree with that. What a novelty item is just that. What novelty items do not necessarily have to be surrounded, particularly by events. They just tend to always do. But for, you can make a novelty, like Nintendo could just come out any year and just make this kind of limited novelty Zelda anything. But the problem, and it could be attached to like whatever, but it doesn't necessarily have to. Easy example: the novelty can just be attached to the opening of Super Mario World. That's about as far as it goes. And just saying, hey, we opened Super Mario World, the actual theme park, and here are these like novelty glasses.
But that's a thing from the event. But that's the thing. That's a novelty you're getting from the event. Like you're not there for the glasses. You're there for the actual event, for the opening of Super Mario World. The glass is just a bonus. This is not a bonus. This is the only thing they have come up with for the 35th anniversary.
But the anniversary is the event.
But there is no event around it. The reason why there is no event around it is because Nintendo hasn't even acknowledged it.
That's my point. There's been a bunch of games that have lasted for 35 years that don't get anything. Not even acknowledgement of, hey, it's 35-year anniversary of X. Only small amounts of games do.
Because only small amounts of games get that far.
Very few. Very few. But Nintendo is just saying, and part of it I'm imagining is because they're also saying, we're not doing this like we did Mario. Do not expect what we did with Mario. It's not going to happen.
But again, the fact
Mario's a whole big thing.
I also think you also need to add in the context of they're doing more for the 20th anniversary of and let's be fair here, less reputable and less well-known franchise than they are for one of their biggest franchises.
I mean, they did more for the 25th anniversary of Pokemon.
But Pokemon's literally their biggest franchise. Like, Pokemon is arguably bigger than Mario.
It could be, yeah.
So, like, no offense, your point is invalid. Monkey Ball is getting more done for it for its 20th anniversary than Legend of Zelda is for its 35th.
Well, I don't know if the point is invalid because the point is Nintendo is saying, here is this limited edition Game & Watch for Zelda's 35th anniversary. That's it.
But now
you could expect more, you could want more, you could feel a way about it, but Nintendo isn't leading you on for anything. They're flat out saying, here it is.
Now let's actually talk about what they're offering. Now this is where it gets even... Now for me, this is where it becomes indefensible. Like straight up, this is where it becomes indefensible. Let's actually look at what they're offering. They're offering you a Game & Watch with a very fucking small screen, with 2 games that you can easily get on your Nintendo Switch, and 1 game they recently just remastered, or remade. So if we want to talk about the novelty of it, they're offering you fuck all.
The novelty is the Game & Watch, just like they offered the Mario Game & Watch. Like it's the actual item that's the novelty, not what they're. I would argue that not what they're packing into it, because again, 2 of those games are already on Nintendo Online,
A full fledged
and
remake.
arguably, like it's just I don't think it's really that usable. Well, but it could be. The Game and Watch was a system, but I'm not convinced it's like meant to be used in any like real fashion. It is a cute little collector's item for people to have. I don't imagine there's going to be a lot of them, or like maybe they won't sell it for long. Because Nintendo's starting to switch over to like, this Disney version where they're saying like, yeah, we're just gonna artificially manufacture quantity. And if I'm not getting any, we're gonna Mario 35 is gone. It was only here for the 35th anniversary, the little battle royale Mario game. It's gone. You just can't play it anymore. And like,
Yeah,
it was
and
just a
that here's
novelty
the thing.
product.
No, that was the novelty product. But again, for the 35th, what else did they put out for Mario?
I mean, they did everything for Mario. They brought out the red carpet.
Exactly. There is my point. Therein lies my point.
But my point is clearly
Like,
Nintendo isn't interested in doing it.
And they
don't want to do it.
And that right there is the biggest fucking disconnect I've ever fucking seen. You have quite literally achieved something that no other game company out there can actually turn around and say. You have 2 franchises that have gone on for 35 fucking years. You should be fucking rolling out the red carpet for that. Like, they should be.
I don't disagree. However, I don't sit in a position to tell people what they can do with their product.
Oh, neither can I. But as a consumer, I can turn around and say that's bullshit. Metroid is 35 as well and got nothing. Yeah. And I was pissed about it with Metroid.
Metroid wasn't going to get anything. I think anybody who thought Metroid is
delusional.
Yeah, overstating how well-known Metroid is,
or how well they fucking care about it. I mean, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Look at the like Legend of Zelda gets more games put out there than Metroid.
Yeah.
And this is how they treat Legend of Zelda. Again, that's it. It's as a fan of the series who cares about the series, it's sad when the fans treat this series with more respect than Nintendo.
Absolutely, and that's the point. I don't disagree with you on that. Like, Zelda is one of my favorite series of all time. It's probably my number 2 favorite Nintendo series, only Pokemon being above it. There should be so much more done, because Zelda is to me the equivalent of what like Lord of the Rings did for fantasy novels, and all this other type of stuff, where it's the fantasy game, right? Like, you plop into the original Zelda, you're thrown into a world. Here's this sword. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this and just go.
Should I
just
I want
go
to
and figure it out?
I want to reiterate something as well. Actually, thinking about it, I have no problem with the fact. Okay, no, I have a problem with the fact that the Game & Watch exists, but I would be less pissed about it if there was more on it. For example, again, 2 games on it that you can easily get on your Switch. 1 game you can easily get. Again, we can talk about the practicality, but they are selling it on the fact that it has those 3 games on it as well. Like, they are actually selling it on that point. You can go back and you can see. If they had...
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
So that's why I'm annoyed. And again, 2 of them are easily accessible on the Switch. 1 of them got remade. If they had turned around and said, this is the Game & Watch, it is a handheld, so we're going to use it to celebrate Legend of Zelda's handheld lineage. And if they had put on the Minish Cap, Oracle of Seasons, Oracle of Ages, even Link's Awakening, for all I fucking care. And I think there might be 1 more I'm missing, and I'm not talking about the DS or 3DS games, because that fucker ain't powering those. I can guarantee you right now that fucker isn't powering those games. But if they turned around and said that, I would have been less angry about it.
Completely understand. I think for me, how I'm looking at it is, here is like what happened, and I don't know what the choice was or why the choice was to not do anything for Zelda's anniversary. But very clearly, they're modeling it off of Mario's. And the only thing they took from Mario's was the Game & Watch thing, because the Mario Game & Watch does the exact same thing. It's like the first 2 Mario games, or maybe 3, and then I think an extra Game & Watch game, and then on top of, the re-releases of the 3 Mario games, the whole Super Mario World, all this other type of stuff, where they just, again, I don't know if like COVID said we don't have the time to, or they just said we don't want to do it. We did it with Mario, and it proved to be more than we cared about doing again. So we'll do the Game & Watch, which like we don't have to work hard for. You just recolor it and put 2 different games on there. And so like that is their go-to.
Do you want to know? Hold on. Do you want to know the one thing? You want to know the easiest thing they could have added to this, but they didn't do, which kind of, in a way, for me, shows how little of a shit they really give. Do you want to know the one thing they could have so easily fucking done? Well, yeah. I'll say the easiest fucking thing they could have fucking done, but they didn't do it to show how little of a shit they give. And you're on about selling products, and that they love selling products, okay? They could have so easily done a t-shirt, a poster, or a fucking special edition amiibo for this shit, and have it signed by fucking Shinji Mikami. No, Shinji Mikami. Is it Shinji Mikami? No, who did the fucking Legend of Zelda series? I fucking forgot his name, and he's one of the biggest developers in the world.
What is his name?
I know, right? We're so angry we've forgotten. Shigeru Miyamoto. You could have done a shirt, a poster, or a fucking special edition 35th anniversary amiibo of Link and Zelda, and have it signed by fucking I forgot his name again. Bollocks!
Miyamoto.
By Miyamoto himself, and have that released alongside this Game & Watch. The simplest, most bog standard bollocks you could have done, and they didn't do it.
Well, because you know what's even simpler than that? Just releasing the Game & Watch, which is like what they're doing. Like the argument can't be that they don't care enough, but then there's a simpler option. Like, no, they took the simplest option, because again, and true for me, I don't know why. I really don't. I have no insight into it. I don't know if like maybe Tyler heard something from like the Japanese perspective of it. I do not know why, and there doesn't seem to be any indication as to why Nintendo has not kind of done something big for this. They like a new Zelda's coming. You know what I mean? Like, and we've certainly got a lot of Zelda news, within like the Hyrule and then Skyward Sword, and then of course Breath of the Wild.
We'll get to that in a second.
I don't know. I would love to be a fly on the wall in the offices as to why. Like, what's the decision behind it? What was the thought process? Because it is glaring. It's glaring that they aren't doing anything, and I can't say. Now, I'm upset just because it's not, but like I'm accepting the decisions that were made. I don't have to like them. I'm accepting the decisions that were made.
Well, you're accepting. No, I'm accepting them as well. You know why I'm accepting them? Because there's fuck all I can do about it, except not buy it, and I'm not going to.
I am probably going to buy it.
Of course you fucking are! Of fucking course you are!
I want it as a novelty. I mean, as you know, I will never play it. It will just probably sit in a box and just be there. But I definitely want it, because I do my best to try not collect a lot of things.
Fucking hell, Reggie.
That type of stuff I would collect.
Right.
I'm part of the problem.
Yes, you fucking. Okay.
I get it.
Let's move on to the last thing, and that is what we have seen of Breath of the Wild. Right. So I'm gonna say it. Did they say it's been 2 years since they announced it?
I think so. I think we first got hint of it 2 years ago.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so from everything that I've read, development of this game has not been troubled. There's not been anything about any kind of fallout, any kind of issues. Okay, do you know what I mean? This is not Metroid Prime 4, where they literally came out and said, we scrapped everything and we're bringing
doing it again.
We're doing it again
Yeah.
with Retro Studios. It isn't that. And we got just over 60 seconds, and not all of that was, and like I would say probably 30 seconds of that was gameplay.
Yeah.
And it's support, and they're targeting for next year release.
That's very so. I've been noticing this. I think about Nintendo, and maybe it's recently. I think they've gotten like back into their bag about how they treat things. They seem to be really, really cautious, or like want to avoid showing anything of which I can imagine they don't feel is either up to par or comfortable, or that people will do their best to pick apart. Like, we had this conversation last night on the podcast where it's like days days gone or Horizon, their initial CGI trailers, and then like we don't hear or see anything from them for years later. And everybody's fine with it, I guess. Nintendo has seemed to like take the opposite approach now. It's why everybody complains about Metroid 4. I am so happy that a guy comes up on stage and say, "We're not ready yet. It's coming. Thanks for asking."
I kind of
That's all.
Yeah, I'm fine with I'm okay with that. But now, given the amount of time that has passed with nothing, I would have at least liked more than I would have at least liked to have heard. We're about here. We're about here, and we still got this far to go. Please be patient. Do you know what I mean?
Get it. I do, and I'm torn between the idea of that because
Like concept art would have satiated me at this point.
True. I'm torn. Like historically, we haven't always been able to like have that, right? Like we would just hear about something and then like it would come out when it came out. It's in much more recent times where like we can get an entire roadmap of what people are doing for the next 3 years. And it's like that's the focus. Whereas some folks, or just Nintendo, there are 3 examples, including Nintendo, of like games that I thought I'm still waiting to see, and actually one because we left Cuphead off because they got a lot of stuff going on.
Well, not just that, but there's there's like a grand total of like 15 dudes working on it, and it's all hand-drawn animation.
Yeah, and they're doing a TV show, which the teaser for that dropped recently.
Yeah, it did.
I get it. But Silk Song, Hollow Knight. I know you haven't played Hollow Knight yet.
Stop getting on me about that.
Yeah, get on it. But Hollow Knight Silk Song is the sequel to Hollow Knight, made by Team Cherry, who I think initially probably had about the same team sizes. Maybe not 2 guys, but they're a small team.
Yeah.
It was, I think, announced maybe 2 years ago. We've seen nothing from it since. No, like I think they might have come with updates, but I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what's taking them so long. And it's primarily going to be a Switch exclusive for a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it eventually came to everything. And it's just like, what? And because I keep seeing it, I keep asking myself, like, where is it? What are you doing? What are you guys up to? Whereas, like, for Breath of the Wild's case, I'm like, they're just like, listen, man, like, we working. Here's a little bit, but we working, and, like, we will get it to you when we get it to you. And I understand the need for transparency. That's just the world we live in.
Yeah.
But there's just some part of it where I'm just like, yeah, man, like, just go work on it. Like, ignore the Twitter, ignore what we want, because we're going to want everything. We're never going to be happy with it. We're going to, like, I am sure there are articles out now about, like, Link's hair in this one. Why,
you know what?
He's missing an arm.
Okay, so so actually, that doesn't even need to be speculated about. I can fucking show you, actually, why you might be missing an arm. Have a look at this. Because I noticed this in the flash. Give me a sec. There it is. Give me a sec. I noticed that that was the first thing that stuck out to me. That's why, because he got corrupted.
Yeah.
His arm got corrupted, and
which would drop her.
Yeah, like because by the looks of this, okay, so if we're gonna because I guarantee you there's gonna be a million videos talking about wild speculations and shit like that, and I'm
100 of them.
and I'm gonna join that, but I'm gonna do it live because I'm smart. That That looks like Malice. That looks like the that looks like the Malice from Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah.
Like straight up, that looks like the same Malice that was in Hyrule Warriors that was also on Calamity, that was also on Mechanical Ganon, as I like to call them. But that's not the only thing. But here's the thing, they can't reuse that character. But then you also have this here. All of that. There is only one other entity I know that has hair like that. Or that has an effect like that on its head. And that is the original form of Ganon from Skyward Sword.
Right.
The one that cursed Link and Zelda.
Which, when the trailer was initially revealed, a lot of people were speculating that we will get sort of an origin for Ganon.
Which makes no sense. Which now we know the time, but which was made by uneducated idiots who don't actually know the timeline.
Well, but I don't think the Historia came out until after.
No, it wasn't. Nope. It was before Breath of the Wild, and then they told us Breath of the Wild was a nexus point at the end of the timeline.
Right.
I will look this up to double. If someone wouldn't mind, while we're talking, if someone wouldn't mind verifying that. But yes, unless they decide to change it, they officially said Breath of the Wild is the nexus point at the end of all timelines which converge them all.
Right.
And that is long, long after Ganon. And if this is the end of the timeline, and this is a sequel to Breath of the Wild, there is no Ganondorf origins here.
Well, the sequel doesn't necessarily have to focus on the origin so much as they'll show it. Like, if we learn about the origin of Ganon, we can still move forward in future.
Maybe.
Perhaps that could play into whatever's happening in the second one.
I also heard speculation that Ganondorf was going to come back as a good guy as well, but I doubt that.
Also, that's what I thought when people were saying, it was like, we might recognize that like Ganon never started off as bad, he became. And like what energy it is that turns Ganon into what he becomes, and go from there, which means Ganon could be he could be a good guy.
But then we see this. And nope, wrong one. That's not the one I was looking for. This. But then we look at this, and this kind of makes me feel like Breath of the Wild is bringing back the original form of like the original from Skyward Sword.
Right.
I feel like they're bringing him back, and he is going to be the big bad.
And I think that would make sense.
It makes more sense. It makes more sense with what we see later as well. Because I also feel like they're bringing back Skyward Sword as well to put him back in people's minds.
That would make the most sense. And it would be like, why did you choose Skyward Sword of all these games to do? And it's like, because we have plans for these characters.
Well, one specific character. Because it also goes to explain why the fuck suddenly this city's in the sky again.
Yeah. So it's like, don't worry, we got it. And it's like, that's fair. Because, you know, the Zeldas, for a long time, they didn't seem that interested in, like, making a cohesive storyline until people kind of was like, well, where do these things fit? And they were like, I don't know. Like,
we'll fucking put it, we'll slap it together in a fucking historical.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if I'm going to make any speculation, I don't think Link lost his arm.
Do you think it's something on it?
Yes, this.
Okay.
This is what I'm
thinking. Awesome.
Look at this. So this is what I'm talking about.
It does look like his hand's there, though.
I think his arm is there, but he's being strapped with a device that is stopping the corruption from spreading throughout his body. Because if you also look at his fingers. Why are his nails like that?
They're sharp, yeah.
So
now see, that would make a lot of sense.
That would be cool, but I don't feel like... Okay, so my worry is they're gonna... Because the thing is, everybody was hoping and speculating that they're going to go Majora's Mask kind of dark.
Personally, I thought Majora's Mask was stupid, but it's fine.
I'm hoping that they kind of do go in a more darker direction. I just don't want a fucking time limit imposed on me.
Oh no, I think that's a one. You know, like Nintendo rarely does the same thing twice. Like even if it works successfully, it's like, oh, that was a good idea. We should do it again. Now we're good. We did it once, so like the time mechanic, I think, is done.
Well, they're doing time. They're doing time. In fact, they're actually doing a time mechanic in this because if anything, I feel like not that I know, but the device on his arm I feel is a time device. They're stopping the corruption from spreading through his body by literally freezing time in his arm.
No, but the time mechanic for Majora's Mask was very specifically.
Oh yeah.
Live out these 3 days constant in a rotation.
Yeah. I mean, there's
like, just like, you know, Ocarina of Time has a time mechanic because you go to the future and in the past. But like the very specific mechanic of like you take 3 days and just do the entire story within that. That's not I don't think that's happening anymore. That's just one thing.
Well, to be fair, in that you could obviously go back in time with the Song of Time, but I know your point. But no, there's his arm.
And Nito, Majora's Mask. I like Majora's Mask. It's a good game.
Yeah.
But like, it's really silly. Like, we gotta admit that. Like,
by the way, you can actually see detail. Look at his thumb. Yeah, his arm is corrupted. Yeah, his arm's corrupted. So they're using it seems like they're definitely using ancient tech because that's ancient tech. The same ancient tech like the Guardians. Either that is something they put together or that's something they found. They're definitely trying to stop the corruption from going through his arm.
Right.
And this definitely uses some form of time mechanic because then we've got this. Where he literally fucking reverses that fucker. And time reversal is definitely going to be a crux to this. And I feel like it's definitely... if you listen to the track later... Give me a sec. Not just this. I don't know how the fuck he's doing that. Listen. Listen to the track playing. That track's playing backwards.
Yeah.
And hold up, let me a sec. That is actually what I was gonna do. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find this trailer, and because what I'll do is I'll put it in Audacity, and I'll reverse the song. I just need to find the Breath of the Wild trailer. But yeah, time mechanics are definitely going to be more isolated. Time mechanics are definitely going to be a factor in this game. Yes. Yeah. But like I said, go on.
No, I'd like to finish because I was moving on to another point of it.
But yeah, I first of all, I'd also like to point out. But like I said, for me, I felt like I just wanted a little more. Like an extra 20 seconds would have sufficed me because this was less than 60 seconds of gameplay. I'd say this was less than 40 seconds of gameplay. If most of that you could call gameplay. Yeah. The other thing is, and I reiterate this now for the third time, that the castle being up like that reminds me of Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this might be, you know, this might be one where like we're gonna see a lot of references to Zeldas of the past.
But again, I also reiterate, how much can one location get butt fucked in the same series?
Haven't you watched Buffy?
Yeah.
Vampire Slayer?
That is true. That is very true. But yeah, I mean,
I was saying like let's look at Link's hair. I'm liking that. The sort of wild child look he's got going on.
Yeah, the worst thing is I don't know if his hair's longer or not.
Like yeah, so part of it's because like every time I see it, it's like he's in the air, so it's moving.
Yeah.
But it feels like his hair looks a little longer than normal, which I think might play into your idea about like, you know, he dropped Zelda, his hand got corrupted. He's not having a great time right now. And, you know, that's a classic. See, like there, his hair looked normal, though. But now,
Oh,
it's
he
perked.
okay. No, I know what's going on. No, I know what's going on. His hair isn't longer. I know his hair isn't longer now. Because in the original,
Or is he-
no, his hair's okay. So in Breath of the Wild, his hair wasn't. His hair was long to begin with, but it was tied back.
So it's not tied back anymore.
Right? Yeah, because right there, his hair's tied back.
Tied. Yeah.
Like right there, his hair is clearly tied back, and in the other ones, his hair isn't tied back. Like right here, yeah, his hair isn't tied back there.
Yeah. So even then, question: why isn't your hair tied back anymore? What's going on with you, Link?
An ancient arch nemesis has come back from the dead. My girl got dropped into a pit. They ain't killing off Zelda. If they do, then I think that'll be the first fucking, like, oh my god moment they've ever had in this series.
No, and it would be cheap.
Yeah, it'd be cheap.
I think it'd be cheap. Like, of course you'd kill off Zelda. Who else would you kill?
Also, we can't have another your princess in another castle moment.
Yeah, like no.
Okay, give me a second. Okay,
apparently
I have the audio. Bear with me, because I'm gonna snip out this audio and then I'm going to reverse it, and then I'm gonna let everybody. I'm gonna mute myself, and then everybody can hear it. Give me a second. Because then if you open up the stream, you'll be able to hear it as well. Just let me effect verse. Alright, here we go. Second. Okay, so let's see if this holds any hidden meanings, ladies and gentlemen. I'm turning into game theory here with less views and less Five Nights at Freddy's talk. So bear with me. Let me get the audio. There we go. Right. Alright. Okay, so what I've just done is I've just decreased the speed by half. If there is any hidden message in this, it might be beyond this software's capability of finding it.
Right.
But, like, I'm not saying there's a reason why they're playing it backwards. Maybe it's just an effect for the trailer. Yeah. I'm not saying there's any hidden meaning in it. I just thought it'd be a good thought experiment to see if maybe there was something in it.
Hey, you never know. Like, you could have stumbled across something there.
Maybe. If I did, I'll never get credit for it. Like, so someone will find it and take full credit, and they'll say, "Oh, I had the idea first. I had the idea first that there might be something in the fucking audio." Alright, but yeah, that is yeah, I mean, Breath of the Wild, I'm cool it exists. I'm cool they put something out. Kind of wish there was a little more. It left me wanting. But again, I think Nido said, if they're aiming for 2022, then clearly they must have more.
Yeah.
That they're not showing.
I agree with that.
Which I feel like maybe they should have shown a little more.
And so that brings me back to the brief thing I said about Sakurai, and I don't know if it's a company-wide thing or it's an individual person who just feels a certain way about it. But Sakurai's big issue when it came to Smash Ultimate, and you accept it or you not how he felt about it, but he hated that he spent so much time on that story mode for Melee, and everybody just like watched it online or like it would leak, and so like to him it missed the point of like, well, that's not why I did this. And so I don't know if that's part of a larger cultural thing for Nintendo where it's like, yeah, we just don't want to like show you this stuff. Now I agree with you. I would have liked to see more. Um but I don't know if they want I don't know if they want their surprises spoiled, their things happening. I it's not right, but I am sure they're probably looking at what happened to The Last of Us 2. It's like, oh, we definitely don't want that. And it's like, no, that's not going to happen to you because that's a totally different situation. But like, I'm sure they're aware of it and being like, we just want this to like come out and be its thing, and we'll let you guys know.
It is a personal thing, and the reason why I believe it is a personal thing is because if you look at a lot of the cultural changes in Nintendo, specifically their stance about not finally stamping out everybody on YouTube from playing their games recently.
Right. Yeah.
Like, it's definitely more of an individual thing, or maybe like no, because then it's kind of completely different. Because by then your game's already out there. Your game's already out in the wild. This isn't out in the no pun intended. This isn't out in the wild. So.
Right.
Like, you could show 20 seconds more, and then your publicity just goes up and up and up with idiots like me trying to reverse the fucking audio to see if there's anything meaning.
Right, yeah.
Like, you only build hype for your game with a little more that you show. Like, all I'm asking for is 20 seconds. I'm not asking for, like, a full 10-minute presentation. Because I know the game is still a year away. And I've turned around and said, I'd rather not see everything about the game until it's closer to that release.
Right. There's a part of me that you got to show your people what they're buying. But there's a part of me that's just like, me personally is thought like, what if they just never, what if you just never saw anything and just bought it blind? Like, what would it do? Like, how would it, how would I approach it? How would I take it? How would it that piece of like entertainment affect me differently than if I'll see the commercials for it, I'll see people talking about it, they'll probably do some breakdowns and walkthroughs at some point. But if you just went in completely blind to Breath of the Wild 2, like, what would your experience be?
I'll also turn around and bring up one game that should have been here that I'm surprised wasn't. Where the fuck?
Pikmin?
No, where the fuck was Splatoon 3?
Yeah. I don't think Splatoon 3 does not feel ready at all. I think the only thing they had to show ever was the CGI cinematic and just like, it's coming. But I agree with you. I thought we were going to get another Pikmin. I really did. I thought Pikmin was coming. What I'm really confused about is that no, it comes out July, I think. Second. Yeah, I think it comes out in July. They didn't show, and like we already know it's coming, but they didn't show anything for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Mm-hmm.
Which, considering some of the show was for games that like we know are coming, i.e. Mario Golf. We also know Ace Attorney Chronicles are coming. I would have liked that. Particularly, I would have liked a little. Well, you know what? It's a remaster, so they probably don't have to do that. I would have really enjoyed the Super Nintendo Switch, but that seems to probably just be a rumor at this point.
What, the Switch Pro?
Yeah, well, I'm not calling it that. It's the Super Nintendo Switch.
Okay, right, and now I'm gonna reiterate what I said on my tweet today before I went live. if the Switch Pro is not announced at at Nintendo E3, I don't want to be hearing anybody talk about that shit again, nor see it trend on Twitter unless a clown picture is accompanying it.
Yeah. I mean, clearly it's not happening at the moment, so it's just like, you gotta let that go.
Just let it fucking die!
Yeah, and Pharaoh made a good point when he's in the chat.
No. Big difference. No. Nido, big difference.
Oh.
I didn't turn around and say, show Splatoon 3 as they already showed it. I'm not about to show it with some fucking gameplay, because the first time they showed it wasn't with much, if any, gameplay.
There was no gameplay.
Yeah.
I mean,
they showed the city.
That matters.
Yeah, they showed the city, but I'm talking about what have you improved? Like, show me some improvements on the Splatoon formula.
To me, there was no paint being splattered, so I didn't really see any gameplay.
Exactly.
Right, because that's the game.
Right, now, if we're going to talk crunch numbers, so Nintendo showed 12 new releases. But obviously we'd have to go back and pick and choose, like, what games look interesting. This is just broad numbers.
Yeah,
These are broad numbers, so out of those 12 games, we'd have to go by and see, okay, which game looks good, which game's not. Honestly, like I said, out of the 12 new games that they announced, 2 stuck in my mind. Metroid Dread and Shin Megami Tensei 5. Oh, and Breath of the Wild. Actually, I think it might have been 13, because I don't think I counted Breath of the Wild. Give me a second. I don't think I did count Breath of the Wild. So 13. Okay, so 13 then. We'll say 13. So yeah, like, Breath of the Wild is the other one. Dread, 5, Breath of the Wild. But Breath of the Wild still left me wanting more.
Right.
That's 3 games. Out of 13 fucking games you showed, I'm only excited and remember 3 of them. And 3 of them I can and like only 2 of them I can fully guarantee are going to remain on Switch. And I'm sure a lot of the other games they showed, and in fact I proved some of the other games are coming out for Steam. So, you know, they showed 5 fucking re-releases. 5 re-releases and 6 remasters. That is 11 in total games that are already out there or are being remastered on the Switch. And 3 pieces of DLC. And that's not including the big giant L that was the Game & Watch for me. Like, yeah, I might not be able to have a say in it because, you know, it's their intellectual property. But my personal feelings, that's a big L and a big fucking insult. So that's why I give this show a 5 out of 10. Because I'm sure...
Oh, people are going to hate me.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you're going to give it a fucking 10 on 10.
Nah, it's not a 10 out of 10. A 10 out of 10 show for me was probably like their initial E3 show for when the Switch, when Zelda and Mario Odyssey was developed. I need to see 2 of the mainline franchises that I know are coming. So it would have got a lot more points if I saw more Metroid Prime and Breath of the Wild 2. 10 out of 10 would have given me Mario Kart and a new Mario.
I'll say this. They like the worst part is, and I'm probably gonna for VGP next week because I know we're talking about this next week. For the VGP next week, I'm gonna save this and I'm gonna crunch these numbers, and I'm gonna count how many of those new releases are Switch exclusive. Because then that's really gonna show me. Because if my assumption is correct on this 5 out of 10, it's gonna give me that it's going to kind of solidify that 5 more, because I feel like half of those new releases are not Switch only.
And that's fair. I could get that.
Like half of them are coming out on the PlayStation 4 and PC as well.
So for me, and yeah, people, because I give it the same score I gave the Xbox One, 8 out of 10.
Okay.
And my reasoning behind it is I agree with you. Particularly, the show didn't kick off until around Super Monkey Ball.
No, I know it didn't kick off for me until fucking Dread. No, here's the Nido. Here's the problem. That you might not see that as a problem, but you got to kind of think about this, and this is just how it is for me. I'm always looking for companies to justify my purchase of their console, or for them to justify the reason I bought their console. Shin Megami Tensei 5 is a good example. Shin Megami Tensei 5, Prime Dread, Breath of the Wild. Those are good justifications for me to have bought the Nintendo console, okay, and for me to keep supporting them. But if most of those games are coming to Switch, then why the fuck am I still supporting them? Like, it's the reason why I'll give you the best example. It's the reason why I still don't. It is the exact reason I don't pay for PlayStation Plus anymore. Because PlayStation have never given me a goddamn reason to keep buying it.
And I'm probably on the opposite end of it. Where it's like I don't necessarily need a reason. Well, I don't need them necessarily to convince me of to why I should be in your ecosystem.
No, but they should give you a reason to stay.
Well, for me, my reason to stay is I want to play these games on the Switch. And meaning by, like, if I'm out and about, like 2 Point Campus, I don't want to play 2 Point Campus on PS4. I might play it on my PC, but I don't tend to like to play games. I don't like to spend a lot of time on my PC anyway. But I want to play it on my Switch.
But my problem then is my problem then, and for me, it's what it goes back to what I was saying earlier. If they really wanted to do that, and I need to be able to play those games and carry on from where I was on other platforms.
Understandable. I completely understand that. Or Danganronpa. I don't want to sit down in front of my TV and do that. I much prefer to do that in games like Ace Attorney. I wake up on a Saturday morning. I'm just laying in bed. Let me just play this for a couple hours. I don't need this whole big thing for me. Super Monkey Ball, another one. I'll hold that right on the Switch and just use that. Granted, some stuff like Mario Golf, I'd probably prefer to play that on a nicer looking screen. Same as Monster Hunter, but I don't have to. Mario Party, Rabbids, I would love to play on a larger screen. But even that, it's a tactics game, so like I can just kind of still move it as it is for me. And that's just how I've always viewed Nintendo in general.
Yeah.
Like they've been just saying, well, if you want to play them here, it is here, because they're arguably never the best place to play.
No, absolutely not.
Hardware for it. But like, to me, they're the most comfortable place to play. And like, I'm not I can game on PC, but I'm not a PC gamer. I can sit for hours and play like Civ. I can do Team Fortress, Among Us, that type of stuff. But like, I'm not thorough. Like, it's not in my head. Like, all right, let me get a system that can run, Crysis, if you will, that type of thing. I've never been that guy. Like, when I eventually buy a PS5, I'm sure my TV will be a hindrance to like the full potential of the PS5.
I know my screens well.
Yeah, it's like, and I've never been that interested. Like, is it fun? Am I having a good time? And yes, like, looking good definitely counts. But like, we played Team Fortress yesterday. I just like lowered the settings just because, and like, it looked horrible, but I had fun.
Yeah.
And like, that's all I really care about. It was just fun to play with you guys.
But the thing is like the big difference is though is like Team Fortress 2, you can only, well, relatively now only play that on PC.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about games like that, if I want to have fun, I'm not necessarily gonna have the most fun on Switch because there's too many hindrances to my Switch. Here's the thing. I'm so broke, I still haven't fixed the fucking Joy-Cons for my Switch or got new ones. So they've still got fucking drift. Like, Nintendo gets in their own fucking way sometimes.
Absolutely. And, like, I agree, like, 'cause everybody's standard across gaming is different.
Goddamn,
They can't afford what they're going to afford, what they're going to pay for, what they expect out of things. So it's like, I never try to push towards what I think. I tend to just respond to whatever people's, I guess, line in the sand is.
Yeah.
And that's just like, all right, well, if that's your line in the sand. I completely understand that. And sometimes that line doesn't make a lot of sense.
You know the worst part. One of the worst parts about all this is I feel like actually, to be fair, I'll get into an argument with him anyway. But I just get the feeling that I'm gonna be fucking agreeing with Omar, and I fucking hate it. I'd also like to bring point to this. Do you see this on screen?
Hold on. Yes.
Okay, that is the Emmy. Nintendo can't win an Emmy, so they have to create their own. I fucking hate Cyber the Wolf. I fucking hate him. No, because he did because he put this in my fucking Discord. And now all I can think about is all the robots that I saw in Metroid Dread fucking pulling a Power Rangers. With our powers combined, we become Meta Ridley. Fucking asshole. Now I'm not going to be able to unsee it.
Yeah. But I know I'm going to get heat on Monday because they're like, you think it's the same thing as Xbox show? It's like, I do, man. Like, for me, it's like Advance Wars. So happy that's back.
Oh, yeah.
Monster Hunter Stories. That was surprising to me because I'd never played the first one, and I didn't think it was gonna look like that. And I was like, okay, sign me up. WarioWare. So happy that's back.
I guess I just have this notion that when a company is showing games, they are trying to convince me to buy it on their console.
True.
But
I mean,
if you're,
it is. But
if your games are going, and obviously there is the accessibility element. I will concede that. But if I'm going to buy a game, I'm going to buy it on the best platform that I can possibly get it on. That is not the Switch. Now, if you throw a game at me that is well optimized for the Switch and is only available on the Switch, then I will get it on the Switch.
Right.
And if you have a game like, let's say, an Apex Legends, where I can play it on PC, and then you say on Switch you can have the same progression, because Fortnite is the best example of that, where they did not allow you to have the same goddamn account on Switch.
Nope.
If they said that you could do it on Switch, and you could use the same goddamn account, so I'm not starting from so I've still got all of my little costumes and Fortnite dances and all that retarded crap, then I would buy it on the Switch as well. But Nintendo is getting in Nintendo's way of getting those Nintendo bucks.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think, it's Nintendo is I think an easy glaring example. But the sad and obvious truth is, though, like, these things work. Whether or not, and as I said, I'm part of the problem, right? Like, because I want that Game & Watch, and I want it just because I want it. I don't have a real justifiable reason to get it.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I just want it. And, I think of it in a similar way that, like, how sometimes people collect, like, statues. And it's like,
I can't say shit. I buy them. I can't talk shit. I buy amiibos, but I feel like the big difference is with buying amiibos is I get tangible rewards, like recurring rewards from my amiibos in my video games.
Hey, well, you also get, what everybody was upset with. You get a brand new fast travel in Skyward Sword for that amiibo.
Mm.
um, but everybody's got their thing, right? Like we all got it. We just pick and choose where we decide to do it at. Because there are so many people who think amiibos are a waste of time.
Mm.
And I was like, how could you not like them? Like, look at these cool little statues, and they do stuff.
Yeah,
Right?
there
It's a
is.
win-win.
Yeah, like that was the one thing that I did kind of with amiibos is that you actually get tangible benefits from owning them, and a lot of games don't limit you. Like Bayonetta 2, for example, you can use in Bayonetta 2 32 fucking amiibos a day.
Right.
And, like, yeah, that's pay. And you get halos and you get items from it. Fuck yeah, that's pay to win. But I got a little fucking statue out of it as well, so fuck right.
Exactly, yeah. So it's not like something you bought and it just went away. It's like I still got a cool statue out of it that I can put on my wall.
But I
Now
can,
that looks
but I can
cool.
also reuse those statues as well the next day.
Yeah, and potentially resell it if you get a rare one.
Pretty much.
Like there's so much like opportunity in there for them.
That's why I never gave Amiibo shit. But the Game & Watch is just like a completely different thing. Like I'm buying something that will have a lot of will be worth a lot of money when I'm dead.
Here's a question: if it wasn't attached to the 35th anniversary, would you feel a bit different about it?
Yes, and I won't lie about it.
If they just like if it was last year, it was Christmas. It was like, hey guys, we got this new Christmas thing.
Okay, no.
Here's a Zelda Game & Watch.
Yes and no. I'd still feel annoyed by it because I still feel to this day annoyed about the SNES Mini and the NES Mini because again, you're selling, and no disrespect to you, Reggie, you're selling air to idiots.
It's fine. It's fine.
When you can, when they can get that same thing elsewhere, like on their Switch or Virtual Console, right? But if they turn around and said, like I said, if this was released at any other time, or even now, if it was released with the handheld games that I mentioned, Oracle of Seasons, Oracle of Ages, Minish Cap, then I would have been absolutely fine with it any other time, and I would have been okay with it now.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because then, outside the 35th anniversary, oh, it's a novelty. They're celebrating the handheld. They're selling for the handheld Legend of Zelda games. You can't actually get these anywhere because there's no Game Boy or Game Boy Color games on the Switch. So it's literally the only way you can get it. It's a small novelty. You know what? I'm cool with that. The 35th anniversary, if they'd done that, I would have been like, okay, they're celebrating the handheld games. It's the only thing they're putting out, but, they're celebrating it at least, the handhelds. You can't get them anywhere else. I wish there was more, but I'm okay with that.
Right.
But they're not doing that. They're doing it with games you can already get and one they remade. And like I said, even though it wasn't tied to an event, I had the same problem with the NES Mini and the SNES Mini. Like those games, those games were already out on the Switch.
Yeah. I mean, I like Fatal Frame because that game that's a brand new game.
No.
People keep talking about this Wii U that existed, but I'm not sure that was a thing. I know there was a Wii.
I want you.
And then it didn't come up.
Do me a favor. I will run with the joke. Because I will run with the joke, but I want you to say this next week. I want you to say this next week, and I will run with the joke with you. I have never heard of this Wii U. What is this Wii U you speak of?
I'll get it. Yeah, I'll be like, new release. Like, yeah.
And then
somebody will be like, no, it's not. And I was like, yeah, it is. Like,
yeah, and I will defend you. Wait, what are you doing? No, this is a new release. Wii U? What's that? I've never heard of that.
Never heard of it. There were just WarioWare, Mario Party. I'm really weird about, and the more I think about it, the more I'm not liking it.
Yeah.
Because the new Mario Party is still new, like it just came out, and it's like, all right.
For all I know, here's the thing with the way they were talking about it. we might have got. I'm thinking about it. We might have gotten it wrong because I'll need to go back and rewatch it, which I probably won't. But it could possibly be DLC for Mario Party.
It is not. I'm actually on the website now.
Right.
It is a full $60.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
I'm
And so I was like, no, it should have been DLC for Mario Party. 30 to 40 bucks. I think that's fair. And 5 new maps, 100 additional mini games
from older games.
Yes. Because like, you know, I'm sure you've played a few Mario Parties. Like there are some mini games that stand the test of time.
I've had a fucking I had an N64 controller thrown at my head over Mario Party.
Yeah, so you know, there's some stuff like, yeah, I still want to play this. Just add the maps to the new thing. Like that, this is the most Nintendo thing. No, this is just actually just a dick move. Cause like
dick move, thank you.
This is just a dick move. Like a brand new game.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can now. I'm officially now turned around and saying, I am now officially fucking turned around and saying, you can now no longer shit on. You can no longer turn around and give the bullshit that Cyberpunk 2077 is bad because it's no longer a PlayStation Store because it's going to be coming back in June.
Oh shit! Wow.
They've improved it so much, PlayStation's not allowing it back. So everybody throwing that bullshit out there can eat dick. Sorry, I just got that run across my desk.
I was trying to think. What I would have loved, what I still want, and like what I always want from Nintendo is like, you've got such a deep catalog. Now, you know, great to see Wario again, great to see Advance Wars. But you know, like, where's Punch Out?
Oh, no. Little Mac is relegated to being a fucking Smash roster staple now. You will only ever see him in Smash.
Which took forever to get him in Smash.
Wait, no, he was in the Wii U. I thought he was in the Wii U Smash.
We had about 4... How many Smash games before Little Mac?
Okay, there was N64.
He should have been in Melee.
Yeah.
And he wasn't in Melee. I think he comes in Brawl.
I'm sure someone could look that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I want some of the games from Nintendo's past that like we got a Yoshi recently, so I wasn't asking for that. We got a Kirby recently, so I can't ask for that. We know Metroid's coming, Zelda's here.
You know what I would have? No, we needed. I'm not gonna lie. We need Mario Kart 9.
I pray every day that like people just stop buying Mario Kart 8 so they can finally decide to move on to 9.
Like, Mario Kart 8 is fun. Never gonna take it away from it. But that's a fucking Wii U game.
It's a Wii U game. And I'm just like, and I can't be mad at them because they're continuously making money off of this thing.
How?
It's like,
it has no microtransactions.
They're still top charts, and that's ridiculous.
Like,
and I keep asking, like, who's buying it?
Yes, there's a good point. I'm sure every person who owns a Nintendo Switch, like, I would say, like, 1 out of 5 people who own a Nintendo Switch own 2 copies of the fucking thing.
Yeah, it's like, who's buying it? I don't understand how it keeps topping the charts, and like everyone has to own it by now. Like,
I own it.
It's not that they're selling new versions.
It's not like they're pulling a fucking Street Fighter out. Oh wait, no, they did pull a fucking Street Fighter. Because he had the Wii U version and they brought out fucking Ultimate.
Yeah, because like there's a Switch version and then there's the Ultimate one, but even then, that's still not enough to get you top of the charts constantly. Like, we're talking about it's sitting in the same charts as games like Miles Morales and The Last of Us 2, and it's like, here's this little Wii U game that's also here.
That's over
how?
5 fucking years old.
Yeah, it's like, how? Like, and you know, I'll never let anybody forget that because like, power of Nintendo. Only Grand Theft Auto can make that claim. It's Mario Kart and Grand Theft Auto can be like, I can exist past generations and still be on the charts.
Even though I should have died a long time ago.
long time ago. We should be on Grand Theft Auto 6 and Mario Kart 9 right now.
Yes.
Instead, we are just gonna sit around.
You know
and use
what?
them
At
for how long.
least GTA has the excuse that they are milking whales of money with microtransactions. What the?
You can see like the direct correlation of like, yeah, bro, we just sold these things to these guys like every day. Mario Kart isn't even really selling. It's like it's not selling anything to me anymore.
No, you bought the game.
Like they stopped, like they stopped selling stuff. You can just buy whatever you got, and like we're done here. Who's still buying this?
I will find you, and I will take your Mario Kart from you.
And admittedly, Nintendo just always kind of gives me like a sense of joy. I just like what they do. Or not, not always, but I just when they present, it always seems like nice and fun. And their Treehouse events are always cool. I think more people should definitely emulate the Treehouse stuff.
You're just happy to see the little Japanese man talking to you and giving you a bunch of games.
They always seem cool. And then Bowser got on afterwards, and I was like, "Yeah, Doug, like, what you up to, man?"
I fucking love his name. Like his
like
first they did his first presentation justice though. When they said, now the president of Nintendo America, Bowser, Mr. Bowser, fucking actual Bowser walks on. I'm not gonna lie. They should have fucking ran that joke all stream, and then the actual Bowser comes out at the end and realizes like they should have. No, Bowser should have come out with the dude's suit on, all ripped up like he forced it on, and he's taking his place. And then by the end of it, fucking the actual President Bowser walks out and he's fucking tighty whities in a vest and gets really angry.
Nintendo still got a lot of work to do. Here's the thing, and I'm curious about all E3 this entire time. The idea, it feels like the idea here now is that E3 is kind of a lull when it comes to the big showcase of games, and now gaming companies or other third-party vendors are just doing their own thing. Like, when we talked about Sony earlier, my assumption is Sony's going to be showing something at some point, right?
At some point, but it ain't gonna. It's not gonna be in June.
E3.
And I don't think it's not E3. It's not E3 month. I don't think they got anything scheduled for all of June.
Because and part of it is because it's digital, but like even the Xbox show didn't feel like E3. It felt like Xbox show.
Yeah.
I can't even remember if like it had like E3 logoing around the thing.
They never do. No, they never. To be fair, if you actually look at the shows, they never do. When you see the hashtag E3, it's usually a watermark put on by the actual stream themselves, like GameSpot and stuff.
Yeah, because Nintendo has theirs. Like it's Nintendo, and then under it E3, whatever year it is. So that that was interesting. So yeah, I don't. It's when I look at E3 and I'm like, oh, like this is it, and it's like, well, maybe it's not it now. Like maybe that somebody just have another show, and now we got more stuff coming. I look forward to it.
Here's the thing, for me, it's a case of it started down, in my opinion, and thinking back on it, like when you think of E3, you think of some of the biggest announcements in history.
Yes.
Twilight Princess being announced, showing the gameplay, then fucking Miyamoto showing up in the silhouette and walking out with the Master Sword and the shield. As much of a disaster as it was, the fucking PlayStation 3 reveal.
Yeah.
The Halo 3 reveal.
Right.
Like, when you think of E3, you think of big moments. And the problem is in the last couple of years, it's hard to say we've had a moment like that because it seems like the developers just aren't doing them.
Yeah.
Like Breath of the Wild, if it isn't next year, for example, I'll just use this example. If Breath of the Wild does a massive fucking announcement at E3 next year, that's the kind of moment I'm talking about.
Right.
They could have, but nobody had one this year. I don't even think Microsoft had one this year.
No,
Like,
the closest it would have gotten is Halo, but they only showed the multiplayer.
Even then, I would say that the announcement of fucking Captain Jack Sparrow in Sea of Thieves was a bigger pop than that.
Yeah, I can see where you're going.
Like, Halo could have, in my opinion, that's the biggest fault of Microsoft. I mentioned it. Halo could have fucking done it. They just needed to show single-player gameplay.
Yeah, I'm still intrigued where the story is gonna go. So like again, I understand. I feel like I understand why they're not doing it, but it's like, all right, you can probably do it. I think we'll be all right here.
Yeah, but
Also,
we're missing them moments.
Yeah, it is those moments. And we might not get them again, or like maybe there's just a lull in it.
The
And they
last-
come back at some point.
Maybe like the last one I can think of, and honestly though, it wasn't. In retrospect, it was not that long ago. But like, it's the gap between then and the gap before then you need to think about. The last one, in my opinion, that hit that same moments note for me was God of War, when they did the orchestral opening, the throat singing, and then right into the gameplay. It's like, that is the last time that kind of moment happened at E3.
I would agree, because God of War was such a shock. It was a game that like nobody was I don't think like, I'm sure rumors were there, but like nobody was particularly thinking about Kratos anymore, and like it was like he's back
In third person.
Right. Yeah, in third person. It's like interesting
with his boy.
Yeah, and to be fair, like we've lost to some of the personalities as well. Like the Nintendo side tends to have them pretty well. But the other guys, I mean, they're better than like the suits who get on stage and just ramble. Like, did you see that Razer presentation?
No.
Oh my god, I was like,
Look,
and I get it because Razer's like a gaming PC, so like that's what they're selling.
Yeah.
But boy, was I bored. I was like, I am not at all interested in this. Like, this could have been something else, or for somebody else.
Listen, I here's the thing. The problem is with if you're trying to have personalities, it's good to have personality, but then there's also personalities you don't want. Like Randy, if she sits to pee, she's too young for me. Pitchford.
Yeah.
Like he was awful. Like he is a fucking. I'm sure to his friends he's a great person, but he comes off as such a sleazebag.
Right.
And then you have but like you're right, we did lose some personalities. Like Phil Spencer, like he has personality, but the thing is for me with Phil Spencer, he's trying to become the face of Xbox. So when you think of Xbox, you think of Phil Spencer. And in some ways, he has the right to do so. But the problem is it feels like he's trying to be Xbox. Like he's not trying to be the he is the face, and he's the guy who's running Xbox. But the problem is it feels like when you think of Xbox, you think of Phil Spencer first instead of the games first. That makes sense.
I understand what you mean.
It's like Miyamoto. Back when Miyamoto still did this stuff, when you thought of Nintendo, you thought of Miyamoto. You didn't necessarily, at least more to the hardcore, at least more to the know people. You thought Miyamoto back in the day with Nintendo, but then he kind of stepped back, and now, like, I don't want to take away from the guy, but like as far as like a public face, Miyamoto's pretty much fucking gone. It's one of the reasons why Capcom tried to split off Hideo Kojima from his team and tried to limit his appearances.
Right.
Because they didn't want the developer Rockstar,
Right.
which honestly is what's needed.
So some of them are fun. Like you need some of them. You know, you need a Kojima, a weird auteur, or um what's the guy you hate? Is not Todd Howard.
I don't hate Tom Howard. I don't.
Or
I don't necessarily hate all of them. But if you want one that I don't want to hear speak at all, it would be Tim Schafer from Double Fine.
Tim Schafer or Peter Molyneux.
No. I want to hear.
Guys.
No, I want to hear I want to hear Peter Molyneux because I want to hear what bullshit he's gonna fucking speak next.
Like what promises will you underdeliver us to?
Yeah. Alright, well, I am bleeding viewers because I'm now down. I've gone from like 11 viewers to 4 viewers because I think we've talked on. So I'm going to end it for today, ladies and gentlemen, because we've been talking for nearly fucking 5 hours. This has been going on for 5 fucking hours. So with all of that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. That is it for E3. I'm not going to do Namkai Bandai Namco, because I'm sure I already missed it, and I'm sure they're just going to reiterate some previous points and not really show that much. So, and now watch them have the best fucking conference of the entire fucking week. So, with all that being said, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Thank you, Zero, for joining me on late notice, just so I could try and rip you a new one over this Nintendo conference.
Of course, I'm too delightful. Too delightful.
So, with all that being said, thank you so much for watching, everybody, and please take care of yourselves out there.